Chapter 1863. P.S. Thank you to Isaiah 1, Lig, Small Dish 7216, 33 layers, The Silencer, DD0956, Instant Potato, Boring Lord, Blood Battle in Three Worlds, Siliconx, T-Can, and Malicious Section Blade for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 01 High for your tip. Seito looked at the ruined Jiantong mansion and sneered, "Old man, you're really cunning." After saying that, he took a step forward, passed through the yellow and white striped security tape, and walked into Jiantong's mansion. A few minutes later, Seito arrived at the well-preserved underground bug room. Looking at the empty underground bug room, Seito sneered silently. He flipped his palm and a few sparkling gems appeared. He threw them at the floor of the bug room without hesitation. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion reverberated throughout the entire insect room. After that, Seito did not stop moving. He took out more gems and attacked the entire bug room indiscriminately. Boom, 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 boom. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Itose stopped attacking. However, at that moment, a large number of dents appeared in the originally flat bug room. The entire bug room looked like a building in a battlefield. It looked like it had been bombarded by a large number of cannons. "Young man, are you really going to kill me?" At that moment, a large number of black maggots appeared out of nowhere. An old voice was heard in the dilapidated bug room. Then, the maggots gathered and crawled. They piled up into a black pillar that was about half the height of an adult. Then, they condensed into an old-fashioned kimono. The strange-looking Zongyan of Jiantong appeared in the bug room with a withered wooden wand in his hands. He looked at Seito, who was standing on the stairs with a gloomy expression. His eyes flashed coldly. "To me, you're an unstable factor. Unless," Seito said calmly, "you're still able to recall your original ideals." He changed the topic. He continued. Hearing this, Tong Zongyan's body trembled, and his face involuntarily revealed a look of reminiscence. "Ideal," Tong Zongyan muttered to himself. Don't look at Tong Zongyan's current state. He was neither human nor ghost. His mind was abnormally twisted, and he was like a monster. But when he was young, he was also a promising young man with great ideals. Strive to eliminate all evil in the world. However, as time went on, he realized that this dream required a lot of time, and he himself was nearing the end of his lifespan. Thus, he tried his best to extend his lifespan. In the end, due to various influences, he walked down the path of evil and forgot his dream, becoming a monster that only knew how to pursue eternal life. "Perhaps you should go see the Winter Saintess again," Seito said again. The Saintess of Winter. A peculiar expression appeared on Zongyan Jiantong's strange old face. Obviously, this old man had a strange feeling towards the Winter Saintess. "She has already been martyred. Unless I reach the root, it is impossible for me to see her again." After a moment, Tong Zongyan Jiantong, who came back to his senses, said with a melancholy tone. "No, you can, and now," Seito said calmly. Tong Zongyan Jiantong's eyes lit up, and there was a vague look of hope in his eyes. Although the Winter Saintess sacrificed herself to create the Holy Grail system, her consciousness did not disappear completely. However, her consciousness did not completely disappear. Instead, it remained as the core of the Holy Grail system. As long as her consciousness is stimulated in an appropriate way, she will wake up from her deep sleep, Itose explained. "At least, I saw her during the Fourth Holy Grail War." In order to increase the sense of shock, Seito told him what he did during the Fourth Holy Grail War. "Really?" Tong Zongyan Jiantong, who had lived for too long and had forgotten what it felt like to believe, still said doubtfully. "She's right there. If you don't believe me, you can go and verify it." Seito smiled faintly. "You should be here to kill me, right? Why are you telling me this?" Tong Zongyan Jiantong's eyes flickered as he was silent for a moment. He then asked with some confusion, "Because of your current state?" Seito looked at Tong Zongyan Jiantong's body and said, "Indeed. I can kill you here, but I can't guarantee whether you have any other tricks up your sleeve. Although I have a tool in my hand that can track your aura, I don't think the effect of that thing can last long for a great magician like you. Instead of being targeted by you who is hiding in the dark, it's better to let you kill yourself willingly." Tong Zongyan Jiantong was silent. What will happen to Shinji? After a while, not knowing if it was because of those words that stimulated him to find something, Tong Zongyan Jiantong was surprisingly concerned about Shinji Jiantong's situation. After confirming that the brain worm in his body will self-destruct, I will let him go, and even come forward to help him inherit the inheritance of your Tong family. Speaking of inheritance, although the Tong family has never been famous, as a family that has been run by the old monster Tong Zongyan Jiantong for hundreds of years, the secret capital is very huge. Even the management team hired by Seito to take care of the family business can't be compared with it. If what you said is true, no matter what the result is, I will not trouble you and the people around you," Tong Zongyan Jiantong said. Then he ignored Seito. His body turned back into a pile of maggots, and crawled to the surrounding cracks in the ground. "You'd better hurry up, because I plan to completely end this Holy Grail war in 3 days." Looking at the dark maggots on the ground, Seito reminded him. Tong Zongyan Jiantong didn't answer, and the maggots quickly disappeared from Seito's eyes. Ludong Temple, in the underground cave where the Holy Grail system is located. A pile of dark maggots that squeezed out from an unknown crack appeared in the cave and quickly crawled to one place. There, they gathered into a group and piled up into a pile. Then, the shape of the pile changed. It changed into the posture of an old man wearing an ancient kimono. It was Tong Zongyan Jiantong. "This is the first time I've set foot here in more than 200 years since that time." Looking at the scarlet magic array on the ground of the cave that was blooming with bright red light, like a human blood vessel spread out, Tong Zongyan Jiantong whispered with a nostalgic expression, "Holy Maiden of Winter, how about you come out and meet me again?" Responding to him, "A world that has not changed. It seems that you slept too well and forgot the voice of an old friend. But it doesn't matter, I will help you remember, Utisa." Tong Zongyan Jiantong chuckled. Then he gently lifted the crutch in his hand and slammed it on the ground. Boom! A microwave ripple instantly spread around with the crutch as the center, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the brilliance of the magic array. Then, the crimson magic light suddenly lit up, and began to flicker erratically. Is it still not enough? A few minutes later, Tong Zongyan Jiantong still did not see the Holy Maiden of Winter appear, and he whispered with doubt and disappointment in his heart. Then he lifted the crutch again and slammed it on the ground. Boom! Another wave of ripples spread out. And this time, the magic array that had not changed much finally had some changes. In the magic array, a large number of photon particles emerged from the magic array. They floated in the air, then quickly flew to the center like moths to a flame, gathered into a cluster, and then suddenly lit up, revealing the Holy Maiden of Winter in a sky robe, Utisa. Ritzlisi. Von Erzbrunn. Utisa. Seeing the Holy Maiden of Winter appear in the magic array, Tong Zongyan Jiantong excitedly called out. Perhaps hearing the call, the Holy Maiden of Winter, who had been closing her eyes, slowly opened her eyes. Utisa, Tong Zongyan Jiantong whispered in a strange tone. You are Zongyan Jiantong? Looking at the unfamiliar image of the old man, the Holy Maiden of Winter called out with some hesitation. Yes, it's me. Long time no see, Utisa. Tong Zongyan Jiantong suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, How did you become like this? The Holy Maiden of Winter asked. Hearing the Holy Maiden of Winter's question, Tong Zongyan Jiantong opened his mouth, but he could not say the reason why he became like this. In the end, he became silent with a gloomy expression. Is it because of that ideal? The Holy Maiden of Winter guessed in a positive direction. As a person who died for her ideal, she instinctively believed that her friend was the same person as her, so even if his form changed and was not the same as before, she still believed that everything Tong Zongyan Jiantong did was for the sake of that ideal. Ideal. When Sei Ito mentioned it, the image of him, Nagato Inaka, his daughter, and the Winter Saintess making the Holy Grail system appeared in his mind even more clearly. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of disgust toward himself. What have I been doing all these years? It could be said that even without Sei Ito's previous coercion, Tong Zongyan Jiantong, who had begun to feel self-loathing toward himself, would choose to completely end himself in the end. To end this filthy life. Zongyan Jiantong, did you also fall? Looking at Tong Zongyan Jiantong's strange behavior, how could the unusually intelligent Holy Maiden of Winter not understand what happened? She asked softly. Yes, I also fell. Tong Zongyan Jiantong, who felt more self-loathing in his heart, smiled bitterly with tears streaming down his face. Then, Zongyan Jiantong, do you still remember the ideal in your heart? The Holy Maiden of Winter asked. I may have forgotten before, but now I have remembered. Utisa. Tong Zongyan Jiantong's face showed a hearty smile that did not match his figure and temperament at all. Unfortunately, it's too late. I have no time to continue to complete it. As long as you remember, it's not too late. The Holy Maiden of Winter said softly with a faint smile on her face. Is that so? That's good, that's good. Tong Zongyan Jiantong repeated as if he was redeemed. Zongyan Jiantong, I'm very happy to be able to meet you again after hundreds of years. I have to go back. At this time, the Holy Maiden of Winter said softly. Okay. Tong Zongyan Jiantong smiled. Goodbye, my friend Zongyan Jiantong. As soon as the words fell, the radiant image of the Holy Maiden of Winter suddenly exploded, turning into a large number of photon particles that slowly melted into the air. Then the underground cave once again turned back into the original bright red space. Goodbye, Utisa. I also have to return to my roots. I hope we can meet again there. Tong Zongyan Jiantong's eyes seemed to be able to see through time and dimensions as he looked at the place where the Holy Maiden of Winter disappeared and whispered softly. Shin Air, I'll leave the Tong family to you. All these years, Grandpa has wronged you. After saying that, Tong Zongyan Jiantong's body collapsed and suddenly exploded into a pile of dark and smelly liquid, splashing all over the underground space. At the same time, somewhere in the Fuyuki room, Master Ching, Tong Zongyan Jiantong's brain has self-destructed. Suddenly, Castor, who felt something, turned his head and reported to Sei Ito. Is he dead? Hearing this, Sei Ito exhaled softly and whispered. Then he raised his head and said to Castor, Demetrius, take out the Holy Grail fragment from Tong Zongyan Jiantong's body, then modify his memory and put him back. Yes, Master Ching. Castor bowed his head and responded. Then Sei Ito didn't stay in the room any longer. He turned around and walked out. At this point, the great magician Tong Zongyan Jiantong announced his death, and the Tong family ushered in a new era. 3 days later, Sei Ito, who handed over Tong Zongyan Jiantong to the professional managers who were responsible for managing the Tong family's property, and asked them to help deal with the inheritance of the Tong family's property. Together with Castor, Ryder, and Saber, the three of them came to the castle in the Fuyuki forest. What a rare guest, I didn't expect you to come here. Ilya, who was walking along the wide stairs to the hall, said. Arrange a clean room. Sei Ito, who ignored Ilya, asked directly. Humph. Seeing this, Ilya snorted angrily and turned to the maid at the end of the hall and said, Ligerit, arrange a clean room for them. Yes. Ligerit leaned forward and responded. Everyone, please follow me. Ligerite invited. Seito didn't hesitate and walked into the depths of the room with Castor, Ryder, Saber, and Ilya. A few minutes later, the group came to a clean room. Ilya, let her go out, and then tell people not to disturb you. I'm going to treat you here. After taking a look at the situation in the room, Ito-sei felt that it was okay and said to Ilya, "How are you going to treat me?" Ilya asked strangely. Ligerat on the side also looked at Seito curiously. "Just like when I treated your mother, I'm going to replace your heart." Seito raised his hand and showed a light blue medical box in his hand to Ilya. "But you are luckier than your mother. When I treated her at that time, everything was simple. Even her heart was modified by me overnight. Now, I'm going to use your cell sample and alchemy to clone it. In terms of effect, it's much better than finding a random heart, and there's no rejection reaction. The possibility of reconnection of the magic circuit is also relatively high. It's not like your mother who couldn't even use a little magic after the surgery." Chapter 1864. P.S. Thank you to Fei Nangong Haotian, Idler Shao-Chi, Gandam, and Scholar of Heavenly Region for their precious monthly votes. After some narration, Seito finally settled Ilya and her maid on duty today, Ligerat, and was able to start her heart replacement surgery. This time, Seito had much less to do. With the help of Castor and Ryder, the two magic experts, it didn't take long for the room transformation and the preparations for the surgery to be completed, and they entered the official implementation stage. Seito, who had been prepared for a long time, laid Ilya, who was hypnotized by magic, flat on the operating table, held a sharp blade in his hand, and cut her chest. Seito, who had already had the experience of heart replacement, and his technique was a lot more nimble, it only took a little more than a minute. For the outside world, it would take at least 10 hours to complete the large-scale heart replacement surgery. At this point, Ilya, like her mother Alice Phil, officially got rid of the tragic fate of being a small Holy Grail container. After the operation, Seito and Castor worked together to remove all kinds of magic effects on Ilya's body and woke her up from her coma. And Ilya raised her hand and rubbed her eyes, then sat up from the operating table as usual. "It's done." Then, Ilya touched her chest in astonishment and asked, "Yes, it's done. Are you interested in seeing what your heart looks like?" Seito asked with interest. "Okay." Ilya, who didn't hesitate at all, simply said, "Oh well, here, this is your heart." Seito, who was stunned by Ilya's performance, shook his head helplessly, turned around, took the medical freezer that was placed aside, and opened it in front of Ilya. He opened the freezer and presented the heart that was wrapped in a large number of ice cubes with a faint yellow luster in front of her eyes. "Is this my heart?" Ilya curiously reached out and touched the heart in the box, and said with a strange look. But it was normal to think about it. Anyone who saw their own heart in front of them would also feel strange in their heart, right? "Yes." Seito nodded to confirm. Then, he reached out and closed the box. "This is just the preliminary treatment. If you want to completely solve the problem in your body, you still need follow-up treatment and adjustments. You have to be mentally prepared," Seito said in a low voice. "Oh," Ilya responded softly. "You rest first, wait until evening. Let's talk business." Ito-sei looked at Ilya and said, "Is it about the Holy Grail War?" Ilya said calmly. "Yes," Seito admitted. "I got it," Ilya replied. After saying that, she turned around and jumped down from the operating table, quickly leaving the room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. "That thing, is it okay to leave it in her body?" Seeing Ilya leave, Castor couldn't help but ask. "Do you mean, the ideal place far away from everything?" Seito asked. "Yes. If you give it to Saber to use, Saber's combat power will definitely improve a lot," Castor stated. "I know. But at this point in time, do you think the increase in Saber's combat power will affect us?" Hearing this, Castor couldn't help but think that there was no enemy in the enemy's team except for his group, and he couldn't help but be silent. So instead of leaving it idle in your hands and my hands, it is better to put it in Ilya's body to play its role, so as to prevent Ilya from having an accident because of what will happen next. Seeing that Castor understood, Itose chuckled. What's more, that thing should belong to Ilya. I'm just returning it to its original owner. I see. Kare-sama, Castor responded. Then, she suddenly chuckled and continued, however, Lord Cheng is wrong about something. The true owner of the utopia far away from everything isn't Ilya, but Saber. If Saber were to hear what you just said, she would definitely be unhappy. Then don't let her know. Seito laughed. Then Seito, Castor, and Ryder walked out of the room and found Saber, who was strolling in the castle, and they stayed in Arensburg Castle together. Time passed, and it was late at night in a blink of an eye. Ilya. Seito stopped Ilya, who was about to go back to her room to rest. What's the matter? Ilya said with an indifferent expression. Look at you, you should know. So I'll just say it. I have killed the other heroes, and now your berserker is the only one left, so… Seito looked at Ilya seriously and said. But before he finished speaking, Ilya interrupted him first. You killed them all? Then why didn't Saber, Castor, or Ryder die? Ilya said coldly. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere in the room immediately changed. The rule of the Holy Grail summoning is to gather the power of 6 servants to open the path to the source. Then use the magic accumulated in the Holy Grail to fix the hole. But this is not absolute. In fact, under normal circumstances, you only need to kill 5 servants to perform the Holy Grail summoning ritual. But this time, because of the legacy of the previous Holy Grail War, there were 2 archers in this Holy Grail War, plus Lancer and Assassin, which means that you have gathered the souls of 4 servants. So this time, you only need 1 more servant's soul to perform the Holy Grail summoning ritual. After a pause, Seito said slowly. So you plan to sacrifice Berserker? Ilya said angrily. I will give Berserker a chance to fight. After a moment of silence, Seito said in a low voice. You. Ilya glared at Seito angrily. What chance to fight? Isn't it just Castor, Ryder, and Saber besieging Berserker? Although her Berserker is very strong, it is not invincible. How can it win? But Ilya knows very well that she has no choice. Unless Scylla and Ligerite also participate in the attack, there is a possibility of winning. Should I let Scylla and Lily participate in the battle? Ilya's eyes flickered. As the defective products of the Arensburg family's Little Holy Grail series of androids, Scylla and Ligerite are not only Ilya's protectors and maids, but also her battle attire. Only when the 3 of them are together, they are the complete androids that can withstand the 3rd messenger. Therefore, Ligerite and Scylla have very high combat ability. In terms of close-range combat, they can compete with the executors. After a while, Ilya made a decision in her heart, then opened her mouth and shouted, Scylla, go and call Lily over, you and Berserker will fight them together. Yes, Mississippi, Scylla lowered her head. Then she turned around to call the hibernating Ligerite. As mentioned before, she and Lizette were defective products among the androids, so they had various flaws. One of them was that they could only move around for 12 hours a day. After that, their lifespan would be reduced. So every once in a while, Lizette would change shifts with Scylla and rest to ensure that she was in good condition. I agree to let Berserker fight with you, but I want 2 more people, Ilya said coldly. Your maid. Seito raised his eyebrows. Yes. Ilya confirmed. Okay. But at the same time, I will also join the battle. Seito said lightly. You. Ilya let out an angry snort when she heard that. If it was said that Berserker's side had a high chance of winning in a 3 versus 3 battle, then after Seito said that he would join the battle, it immediately became uncertain. Because Ilya had seen Seito's powerful strength at the beginning, how could this not make Ilya, who desperately wanted to keep Berserker, not angry? After a while, Ligurite and Scylla came to Ilya's side. Ilya! Mississippi, Ligurite and Scylla greeted her one after another. Come with me. Ilya coldly snorted, turned around and walked out of the castle. As a maid and a guard, Ligurite and Scylla didn't speak and silently followed. Similarly, Seito also nodded slightly to Castor, Ryder and Saber, then took the three of them and followed. After walking for a while, the group arrived at the courtyard where the king's banquet was supposed to be held in the original novel. Berserker! Ilya, who came to the corner of the courtyard, shouted. Roar! In response, with a sudden roar, the majestic Berserker appeared from the void, stood on the left side of Ilya, and looked straight at Seito and the others on the opposite side. Ligurite, Scylla. Then, Ilya shouted again. Ligurite and Scylla stretched out one hand, and in a clear magic light, two bright silver metal axes appeared in the hands of Ligurite and Scylla. Under the reflection of the bright moon high in the sky, a cold light was reflected. Castor, after the battle starts, fly to the sky immediately. Seito whispered to Castor standing behind him. Yes, Master Ching. Castor responded. Berserker, Lily, Scylla, kill them. Ilya ordered loudly. Chapter 1865. Roar! Berserker roared and strode toward Seito. At the same time, Lizette and Scylla also flashed and appeared in front of Seito in an instant. They waved their axes and chopped down on Seito's body from left and right. Obviously, they wanted to capture the ringleader first and end the battle as quickly as possible. But before the two's attacks fell, they heard a crisp sound. An invisible long sword and a long chain sword with a long chain appeared in front of Seito, blocking the attacks of Lizette and Scylla. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Castor also disappeared in the space distortion that suddenly appeared. Then in the next moment, he reappeared in the space distortion, suspended in the air. Then Castor opened his robe, and a large and small magic light ball was activated on the robe that spread out like wings, and they rained down on Berserker below. Boom, 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 a large number of fierce explosions immediately resounded in the courtyard. Berserker! Ilya, who raised one arm slightly to block the dust in front of her face, shouted loudly. Roar! At this time, Berserker roared and slashed his sword into the void, creating a visible torrent of air, splitting the smoke and mist, shooting straight toward Castor in the sky. Castor didn't dodge, he simply faced it head-on. But in the next second, a magic vortex suddenly appeared in front of Castor. Like a black hole, it swallowed the torrent of air, and then like a high-pressure water gun, it spit out the torrent of air again. Whoo! The torrent of air cut through the sky and hit Berserker's body. Boom! Then there was a muffled sound and the torrent of air exploded. The air was blown out in all directions. Roar! Berserker, who was attacked, roared angrily. Then Castor, who was almost invincible, continued to release magic light ball, bombarding Berserker one after another. Saber, leave this to me, you go and deal with Berserker. On the other side, Seito, who had been watching the battle between Saber and Scylla, suddenly said, Yes. Saber, who was fighting with Scylla, responded. Then, with a powerful kick, he deflected Scylla's spear and axe. Then, with a step, he rushed toward Berserker, who was covered by magic attack. Seeing Saber running away, Scylla didn't hesitate and simply swung her axe toward Seito. Who? A half-moon-shaped axe instantly fell in front of Seito's forehead. Itose dodged the axe by a hair's breadth, but Scylla immediately stopped the axe. She turned her wrist and put the axe horizontally and swept toward Seito's body. Seito turned around, moved along the long handle of the axe to Scylla's side, and swung his arm toward Scylla's head. Scylla leaned back, and at the same time, released a hand holding the long handle, raised her leg and kicked toward Seito's back. Seito lowered his body. With a small sliding step, he passed under the long handle of the axe in Sella's left leg. Then his body jumped, and his left palm hit Sella's side rib. Boom! Sella, who was attacked, immediately fell to the side. Then Seito, who finished the attack, turned his palm and threw 4 crystal gems toward Sella. Bang 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 bang! In an instant 4 explosions sounded, and a lot of frost immediately appeared on the surface of Sella's body, freezing her. Boom! Sella, whose body was stiff, fell heavily to the ground, leaving a pile of fine ice chips. Seito stepped forward and quickly appeared beside Sella, leaned over, and hit her forehead with his palm. Sella was completely stunned. Then Itose reached out his hand and grabbed the spear and axe in Sella's hand. Then, he straightened his body and looked at Lizette, who was fighting with Ryder and was faintly showing signs of defeat. Seeing this, Seito didn't pay too much attention to it. He directly rushed to Berserker, who was fighting with Saber, and swung his axe toward Berserker's ankle. Berserker, who had the mind's eye, lifted one foot and easily dodged. Seizing this opportunity, Saber, who was competing with Berserker, abruptly pushed Berserker back. Boom 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 boom, then, a large number of magic light balls fell on Berserker's body in a timely manner, creating a burst of smoke. I'll attack his lower body. Taking advantage of this gap, Seito quickly said to Saber next to him. After that, without hesitation, he rushed to Berserker's side and stabbed his spear at Berserker's instep. Berserker let out a loud roar as he endured the bombardment of Magician and swung his stone sword to chop down. The strong wind pressure instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke. At this time, Saber's figure appeared beside Seito and raised her sword to block Berserker's stone sword. Clang! Under the huge pressure, Saber's face showed a strained expression. However, it was also because of her block that Itose, who ignored the wind pressure, pierced Berserker's foot with the tip of his hatchet. Ouch! Berserker let out a long roar in pain. Retreat! Then, Seito withdrew his spear and axe, and together with Saber, they dodged Berserker's stone sword. Bang! Without any obstruction, the stone sword fell to the ground, creating a strong vibration and a large crack on the ground. Seito, who dodged the follow-up attack, rushed in front of Berserker, raised his spear and axe, and slashed Berserker's wrist. In an instant, a large amount of blood splashed from Berserker's wrist. Berserker stretched out his left hand and grabbed Seito's body. Itose, who had tiptoed on the ground, jumped nimbly and landed lightly on Berserker's arm. Then, he turned around and used the spear and axe in his hand to create a crescent-shaped cold light. With a schwa sound, he swept past Berserker's eyes. Puff! Then, Berserker's eyes were instantly shattered by the slash, causing Berserker to lose his vision. Ouch! In pain, Berserker let out a loud roar, swinging his body and slashing his sword, forcing away all the enemies around him that could threaten him. Berserker! Seeing Berserker injured, Ilya loudly shouted. Saber, use your noble artifact, Seito said after retreating from Berserker's side. Okay, Saber replied. Then, she took 2 steps back and stood firm. She raised her arms high, and a golden light immediately blossomed from the sword in her hand. It was as dazzling as the sun. Then, Saber waved her hands and slashed down with the golden light blossoming sword. Excalibur! Whoosh! The golden light whistled and directly bombarded Berserker's body, but it didn't slow down at all as it flew towards the winter forest behind him. Berserker! Ilya anxiously shouted. After a few seconds, the golden light scattered, revealing Berserker's body. Like a melted statue, one could see Berserker's skeletal body. She actually killed Berserker 4 times in one go. Ilya muttered with a face full of astonishment. 4 times, huh? In addition to the time when he was killed in the villa and the time when he was attacked by assassin, In other words, there are 6 more times. Seito inwardly narrowed his eyes after hearing Ilya's words. Bang! Clang clang clang. At this moment, Ryder also defeated Lisette after a battle and tied her up with a long chain. Ryder, summon your noble artifact as well. Seito immediately ordered after seeing Ryder leave the battle. Ryder didn't waste any time and immediately flipped his wrist to summon his noble artifact, Ryder's reins. Then, with a shake of the reins, a white fantasy sky white with a pair of wings appeared in the sky amidst a neigh and quickly galloped to Ryder's side. After Berserker had regained his balance, Ryder leaped onto his white horse. With a flick of the reins, Ryder rode his horse up into the sky like a whirlwind. He looked down at Berserker, who was slowly regaining his vitality under the surging magic power. About a minute later, Berserker was resurrected. Seeing this, Seito didn't hesitate and shouted, "Go!" Then, he once again rushed towards Berserker with his spear and axe. On the side, Saber, who heard the order, also followed closely behind. Then, after 10 seconds, along with a soft poof sound, one of Berserker's ankles was severed by Seito, and he couldn't help but half kneel on the ground. "Ryder!" Seito and Saber quickly retreated and shouted. In the next moment, a white meteor rapidly descended from the sky and crashed straight into Berserker, who was half kneeling on the ground. Chapter 1866. P.S. Thank you for the precious monthly votes cast by Pixlo, Wongit, KX, Mars, and Lightcracking. Berker. Ilya muttered in disbelief as she looked at Berker's figure gradually disappearing into the scattering photon particles. Then her body softened, she sat on the ground and continued to mutter to herself in a daze. How can this be? Didn't we say that we will be together forever? Seeing this, Seito walked to the front of Ilya, leaned down, stretched out his hand, and patted Ilya's shoulder gently, giving her silent comfort. Ilya seemed to have lost her soul, she still sat on the ground and did not respond. "Ryder, let go of Lisette." Seito straightened up and turned to Ryder and said. Ryder, who heard the instruction, immediately put away his weapon and let go of Lisette. "Take care of Ilya." Seito, who turned back to Castor and Ryder, said in a low voice. "Yes." Lisette bowed her head and responded. "Castor, Ryder, Saber, let's go." Then, the 4 of them took the medical freezer that contained Ilya's heart, the small Holy Grail, and left Einsberg Castle under Lisette's gaze, disappearing into the vast winter forest. Then after some movement, the group came to the underground cave under Ludong Temple in Ludong Mountain. What a strong magic power! Feeling the magic power flowing in the cave, Castor couldn't help but sigh. And it also has a good foundation, a little arrangement. You can make a strong position. No wonder this place was chosen as the venue for the ceremony. Seito smiled when he heard the words and opened the medical freezer in his hand. He took out the heart that exuded a faint golden luster from it. Then he raised his hand and threw the heart, or the small Holy Grail, was thrown to the center of the scarlet stripe road in the cave. The next moment the heart that was thrown out suddenly stopped slightly, and it was suspended in the air in a way that violated the rules of gravity, and it beat like a normal heart. Dong dong, the sound of heartbeats echoed in the underground cave. After about 10 seconds, the heart floating in the air suddenly stopped beating. A strong golden light bloomed from the heart like a small sun. Seito and the others subconsciously closed their eyes. At this moment, surging energy surged out of the underground cave like a tsunami. Seito narrowed his eyes and looked at the center of the light. At the center of the path, a pitch-black line suddenly appeared in the space, and like a huge eye that was about to open, it slowly expanded to the top and bottom, revealing a pitch-black void. At the same time, a strange substance that was as black as mud poured down from the opened hole like tears, falling onto the ground. The sound of something being corroded by strong acid rang out in the quiet cave. "The Holy Grail," Saber muttered as she stared blankly ahead of her. Holy Grail! Then, Saber took a step forward while muttering to herself. She instinctively leaned toward the Holy Grail. Saber! Castor called her in a deep voice. Saber ignored him, and still walked toward the Holy Grail mechanically. I can finally fulfill my wish. In her confused mind, the image of the Night Army appeared. In the bloody hill at dusk, she was alone with a sword. Who is that? Once again, with my companions, in the old stone castle. Dozens of muscular men in metal armor sat around a round table, drinking wine and eating meat. Talking and laughing loudly, Artoria Arthur sat on the main seat with a big red ribbon on her body. She looked at the others with a smile on her face. Is that me? Why am I sitting there? Who am I? Absolutely, I will not let the tragedy repeat. In the company of everyone, she led the people to fight back and defeated one powerful enemy after another. On the way back, she enjoyed the cheers of the people. I am the king. I am King Arthur? I want to save the country. The young girl who was like a knight's servant walked alone to a strange stone with a sword inserted in it. Under the gaze of an old mage in a hooded robe, she reached out and pulled out the sword that countless people could not take down, the stone sword. My name is Artoria Pendragon. The moment this name rang in her mind, Saber's slightly empty eyes suddenly lit up like gemstones, exuding a germanium glow. Saber. At this time, Sei Ito's voice suddenly sounded. Saber stopped, turned around, and looked back at Sei Ito with a cold face. Are you going to stop me? Saber said softly. She didn't become angry or lose her mind because she regained her consciousness and learned that she had been handed over to Sei Ito. If I say yes, what will you do? Sei Ito asked. Saber didn't speak, but her hands holding the sword tightened. Obviously, if that was the case, she would choose to resist to the end. Castor, use the command seal. Sei Ito, who understood Saber's intention, said. Hearing this, Saber's expression immediately changed. Use all the command seals to order her to destroy the Holy Grail with all her strength. When Castor was about to use the command seal, Sei Ito's voice sounded again. What? Castor and Ryder were shocked and subconsciously looked at Sei Ito. You. Saber, who had already encountered this kind of thing in the Fourth Holy Grail War, was full of anger, and she stared at Sei Ito. Give the order, Castor. Castor. Ito-sei looked at Saber on the opposite side and said, Yes, Ching-sama. Although he was still shocked by Sei Ito's order, Castor still obeyed his order. Stop. Saber stomped her feet and rushed toward Castor. He roared furiously. Sei Ito and Ryder stood in front of Castor and stopped Saber. I use the command seal to order, use the noble phantasm, destroy the Holy Grail. Castor raised his arms and said in a deep voice. Almost at the moment when the order was issued, Saber, who had just been entangled with Sei Ito and Ryder, moved uncontrollably. Why? Why are you doing this to me, Sei Ito? Saber, who was controlled by the power of the command seal, turned to face the Holy Grail and asked loudly. Sei Ito did not answer. I use the command seal to order, use the noble phantasm. Destroy the Holy Grail. At this time, Castor used the last command seal in his hand that belonged to Saber and repeated the command. Then, Saber, whose entire body was surging with mana, raised her hands high and pointed her long sword at the sky, releasing a dazzling golden light that resembled the sun. Why? Saber yelled in disbelief. Caliba! The long sword swung down and slashed out fiercely. Who? The golden light cut through the sky and instantly bombarded the Holy Grail in midair, and the hole opened by the power of the Holy Grail. Boom! A huge amount of magic gushed out and burned, like a tsunami, raging in the entire underground cave, destroying the rock walls around the cave that had been strengthened by the magic for many years. Sei Ito, Castor, and Ryder were in the cave. Fortunately, the three of them were not ordinary people. Under the protection of the enchantment, they survived the initial outbreak and waited for the subsequent magic turbulence to calm down. As for Saber, just like the Fourth Holy Grail War, after exhausting her magic, she turned into a large number of spirit particles and returned to Camlon Hills through time and space. After 10 minutes, the magic turbulence subsided, and a broken cave appeared in front of Sei Ito, Castor, and Ryder. It's finally over. Looking at the mess in front of them, Sei Ito couldn't help but sigh softly. Yes, it's over, Castor said with a sense of loss. Are you worried that it will disappear? Sei Ito turned to look at Castor and Ryder beside him and said softly, the mission of our Colorvant is to help Master in battle, to win the final victory. Now that the Holy Grail War is over, our mission has come to an end. It won't be long before we follow the rules of the contract and return to the Hall of Valhalla. Castor explained with a smile. His expression showed clear satisfaction. I know. But I also said that I want to keep you by my side forever, so don't worry, you will definitely be able to stay, definitely. Sei Ito stretched out his arm and hugged Castor and Ryder next to him, then he put his head on their shoulders and said softly, I believe in you, Ching-sama. Castor replied with a gentle face. Ryder didn't speak, he quietly leaned in Sei Ito's arms. Let's go back first, we'll deal with things here later. After a while, Sei Ito let go of the two. He turned his head and looked at the ground that was covered by a large number of rubble, but he could still faintly see the red lines blooming on the ground, and said softly, What else needs to be done here? Castor wondered. Sei Ito smiled and didn't explain. He took Castor and Ryder, who were a little confused, to leave the underground cave that had become a secret room because of the explosion and returned to Rin Enben's home. Rin, let me borrow your basement. Sakura, come with me. Sei Ito said to Rin Enben and Sakura Enben, who were staying at home. Rin Enben didn't object to his request. He took Sei Ito, Sakura Enben, Castor and Ryder into the basement of Enben's house. Just like the rooms in Far Asaka's house, the basement was very large, about 100 square meters in size. The walls were made of solid rock with magic runes that could conceal one's aura. There were no extra decorations in the basement, only a huge magic circle that covered most of the floor. This is the magic circle you use to summon Archer. Seeing the complex magic circle on the ground, Sei Ito said. Yes. Rin Enben didn't hide it and simply replied. Do you mind if I modify it? Sei Ito turned to look at Rin Enben and asked. What are you going to do? Rin Enben frowned. I plan to use it to re-sign the contract with Castor and Ryder. Sei Ito explained. You want to keep them? Rin Enben was surprised. Of course. Sei Ito affirmed. Rin Enosaka looked at Ito-sei with a strange look in his eyes and then said, Do as you wish. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked him, then stepped to the side of the magic circle, bowed his head to observe the pattern of Enben's magic circle, intending to find something that can be modified. Castor, Ryder, you two come and take a look. Then, Sei Ito suddenly remembered that Castor and Ryder were also magic masters. They were even the son of God and the goddess, so he quickly called the two of them to his side to help him modify the magic circle. Because it was their own matter, the two of them didn't hesitate and immediately joined in to help Sei Ito modify the magic circle. 10 minutes later, after a round of discussion, a new summoning magic circle, which was based on the summoning magic circle of the Enben family, was presented to everyone in the underground room. Then Sei Ito, Castor, and Ryder stood in the magic circle and called Sakura Enben, who was standing on the side, to enter the magic circle, and then activated the magic circle. In an instant, a blue magic light bloomed from the magic circle, forming a halo, shining brightly on the four people, making them look very mysterious. Then, the light became brighter, forming a dazzling beam of light that completely wrapped the four people in the light. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the beam of light suddenly exploded and turned into a large number of photon particles that slowly melted into the air. Sakura, how do you feel? Can you still bear it? Seito turned to look at Sakura Enbin and asked. Fortunately, I feel that the consumption of magic power has not increased much. Sakura Enbin shook her head slightly and said softly, That's good. If you feel that you can't bear it in a few days, let me know, we will modify the contract again. Seito said. Okay, Ching-Gij. Sakura Enbin promised. Although without the support of the world, the consumption of magic power has increased several times compared to before, but the result is very good. You have succeeded in staying. This is our biggest victory in this Holy Grail War. Seito looked at Castor and Ryder and smiled. Chapter 1867. P.S. Thank you to CCLLY and Blood Fighting in the Three Realms for their precious monthly votes. Thank you very much for your help. On this day, in the living room of Seito's newly purchased villa, Bazette, who was dressed in a neutral suit, bowed. 6 days have passed since the end of the Holy Grail War. In the past 6 days, Seito, in addition to re-signing the subordinate contract with Castor and by modifying the summoning circle, he also used his relationship to get some knowledge about the Holy Grail system from Shinji Mitsuhiro and Ilya Mitsuhiro. Then he joined forces with Castor, who mastered kamikaze magic, who was a goddess pendant, who had a powerful magic power, who had a vast knowledge of modern magic, and Cheyenne, who could be said to be the strongest alchemist in the contemporary era, to crack the principle of the Holy Grail system. They used the principles they mastered to completely disintegrate the Holy Grail system in the underground cave of Ludong Mountain that had just been cleared out by the Dragon Fang soldiers. At this point, the Winterwood Holy Grail War that had lasted for 5 years officially came to an end. If there was another Holy Grail War in the future, it could only be the fake Holy Grail War that happened in the United States. After that, Seito took everyone to bid farewell to Rin and Kue Tosaka and returned to the newly purchased villa. At the same time, he sent a message to Yalan, who was staying in Guanbuzi City, to come back. But what he didn't expect was that Bazette, who was recuperating in Guanbuzi City, also came back, which led to the previous scene. It's just a small matter, you're welcome. Seito waved his hand and said. Bazette looked at Seito. He nodded and straightened up. He didn't thank him. However, he remembered this kindness in his heart and was ready to find an opportunity to repay him in the future. Then I won't bother you. I'll take my leave first. Bazette said. I hope that when you report to the chronometer tower, you won't say that you've seen me here. Also, don't tell anyone that your arm is a prosthetic, Seito said softly as he looked straight into Bazette's eyes. Bazette lowered his head and looked at his left arm. He didn't feel anything different when he opened and closed his palm. Even the appearance of the prosthetic arm was like a real arm. He nodded silently. As an outstanding member of the Timepiece Tower's executive department, how could she not know what such a prosthetic limb represented? Therefore, she knew very well what kind of trouble it would bring to that person if they knew about the condition of her left hand. Thank you. Seito bowed his head and thanked Bazette. Goodbye, Bazette said calmly. He then turned around. Seito stood up and sent her off to the hallway. She put on her shoes, pushed open the door, and walked out. Bang! The door of the room was gently closed again. Unknowingly, another month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, when Seito, who was wearing a pair of swimming trunks and half lying on a beach chair, stayed by his swimming pool and watched here, Liz, Baifei, Sakura Tosaka, Castor, and Ryder playing in the water, a pleasant ringtone suddenly sounded. Then Jialan, dressed as a maid, walked to his side and handed the phone to Seito. Seito took the phone, pressed the answer button, and put it to his ear. Who is it, Lord? The woman you have been paying attention to has appeared. On the phone, Asakami Yasuzo's voice came out. Appeared? Where are we now? Seito sat up straight and asked. We are about to enter the vicinity of Mitsamachi. Asakami Yasuzo said. I see. Also, you immediately ask someone to prepare a house for me in Mitsamachi, the kind that can accommodate many people. I have a use for it. I need it by tomorrow noon at the latest. Seito ordered. Yes. Asakami Yasuzo respectfully responded. Then Seito hung up the phone and threw it to Jialan next to him. Did something happen, Brother Cheng? Sakura, who was wearing a purple bikini, asked Ito Senari. Her fair skin was exposed to the air. Yes. There are some things I need to go to Mitsamachi, Seito said with a smile. Sakura Tosaka suddenly responded. But this time, you may have to go home for a while. Then, Seito slightly restrained his expression and continued to say under Sakura Tosaka's puzzled gaze. Because this time, in addition to me, here, Cheyenne, Liz, Baife, Medea, and Medusa will also go with me. Well? What is it that requires so many people? Here was surprise. True Ancestor and Roa. Seito said lightly. When the two words Roa came out, a cold murderous aura immediately bloomed from Here's body, like the cold wind of winter, making Sakura Tosaka shiver subconsciously. Sister Here? Sakura Tosaka whispered. Are you sure? Here asked with a cold expression. I'm not completely sure, but since True Ancestor has appeared, it's not impossible. Seito said with a shrug. Although he was sure that the 4 seasons Tosaka of the Tosaka family in Mitsamachi was Roa's reincarnation, but some things changed because of him, such as the survival of the Seven Knights clan, the destruction of the Tosaka family, Amber and Emerald not staying in the Tosaka family, and so on. Who knows what will happen to 4 seasons Tosaka? So he didn't say it completely this time. Well, you guys continue to play. I'm going back to the house to see Cheyenne. After that, Seito ignored the people in the swimming pool and turned back to the villa. He went straight to the room that was turned into a laboratory by Cheyenne and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock. 10 seconds later, with a soft sound, Ziyuan's body was revealed from behind the open door. What's the matter? Cheyenne asked. I got the news about True Ancestor. How about it? Do you want to go together? Seito chuckled. Really? Cheyenne's eyes lit up as she asked. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't knock on your door at this time. Seito said. Where? Cheyenne opened the door and asked with a little eagerness. Near Mitsamachi. Seito replied. Okay, give me 10 minutes, I'll pack up and go with you, Cheyenne said. After that, she turned around and prepared to return to the laboratory to prepare. But then, Seito grabbed her arm and stopped her. What's the hurry? Finding True Ancestor is not something that can be done overnight, and I have information that Luoa, one of the 27 Death Apostles, will also appear in Mitsamachi. With True Ancestor's resentment towards him, he won't leave until he stays for a few days, so time is of the essence. Seito persuaded with a funny face. In addition, I have also asked people to prepare a house for us in Mitsamachi. We can't stay in a hotel or sleep on the street when we get there, right? It's inconvenient to move. Okay, call me when you are ready. After a moment of silence, Cheyenne said. Don't worry, I believe you will be fine. Seito raised his hand and put it on Cheyenne's cheek, stroking it gently with his thumb, and said softly, I don't want to talk to you anymore, I have to do an experiment. Feeling the touch on her face, Cheyenne's cheeks turned red, and she said with a panicked expression. Then, he immediately stepped back and got away from Itomori's hand. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Seito smiled, turned back to the living room, sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and recalled the information about Yuji. Then time passed, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. Yasuzo Asakami acted very quickly. Almost last night, he helped Seito settle the matter of the house in Mitsamachi. So early in the morning, Seito took here, Liz, Baifei, Cheyenne, Castor, and Ryder to leave Fuyuki City by car, and rushed to Mitsamachi, which was not too far away, and came to the house prepared by Yasuzo Asakami. This was a typical mix of Japanese and Western style, the kind of single-family house that could be seen in the streets and alleys. The area was not large, only more than 60 square meters. It was divided into 2 floors, and it was surrounded by a low wall. Although it was very small, it could be said that Yasuzo Asakami had done enough to get such a house in such a short time. After all, Mitsamachi was not very big. The largest building in the whole town was the small area of Ino's house. There were not many large villas in the whole town. Even if he wanted to get a big villa, it was impossible. According to the information mentioned in the previous contact, Seito found the key to the door under the flower pot in front of the door, opened the door, and walked into the house with here, Liz, Baifei, Castor, Ryder, and Cheyenne, who was very weak because of the sun, sweating, walked into the house. Castor, set up a barrier around the house first. Seito ordered. Okay. Castor agreed, then turned and walked to the side, and started to set up a barrier. Ryder, here, you two go out and familiarize yourself with the situation in Mitsamachi. If there is any abnormality, come back and report it in time. Seito ordered again. Ryder and here nodded, left the house, and wandered around Mitsamachi. What are we doing? Liz and Baifei asked. Tidying up the house. Seito smiled. Then Seito pulled Liz and Baifei to get busy in the house. Of course, there was nothing to tidy up the house. After all, after Yasuzo Asakami's people took it, the house has been cleaned up to the extent that they can move in with their bags. The reason why he said that was that he wanted to find someone to accompany him to familiarize himself with the house. Chapter 1868. P.S. Same old question, first pass then change. Next is the follow-up report of the murder incident. This morning, the body found in the riverside is currently suspected to be related to the serial killings. The body was found more than 3 days ago, so the police are targeting the nearby residents. On the TV, a male announcer was reporting the afternoon news with perfect pronunciation. Snap. The light screen flashed and the TV was turned off. It has been determined that it is related to non-human things, but it has nothing to do with the legendary vampire in the city. At least this body has nothing to do with Death, Apostle, and Vampire. Cheyenne Yuan raised her hand and pushed the glasses on her face, and stated in a flat tone. Castor, what about you? Seito turned to look at Castor, who was observing Mitsamachi through a crystal ball, and asked. There are indeed some anomalies in this town, but we need to observe them further to judge the specific situation. Castor said softly after dispersing his magic. In addition, the target you asked me to pay attention to has entered the town, but she discovered my observation and cracked my magic. If we want to find her again, we can only rely on Ryder and Here's exploration. That's it for the time being. Castor will stay here and monitor the town with magic. Ryder, Here, and I will use the old method to search manually. Cheyenne Yuan, Liz, and Baifei will stay here and act when necessary. Seito looked at everyone and arranged. For this arrangement, everyone had no objection and nodded in agreement. Then everyone stayed in the room for a while, and then they separated and acted according to their own division of labor. Seito walked on the road like an ordinary person. If we follow the original plan, today should be the beginning of the plot. But unfortunately, now there is no Yashiki, and the true ancestor Elkit will not be divided by 17 and will not come here this morning and trigger the plot. It's a bit troublesome, Seito whispered while walking on the road. Boom. However, at this moment, a dull sound faintly came from the depths of the alley beside him. And Seito, who heard the sound, was stunned, and then turned and moved toward the depths of the alley where the sound came from. It can't be so coincidental, Seito whispered. But things were just so coincidental. Not long after Seito ran into the alleyway, a black dog that had been sent flying came flying towards Seito. Sure enough, the area of a town is very small. Seito waved his arm and sent the dog flying to the side. He thought to himself. This was also true because the town in Japan was really small. It was so small that it was not much larger than the area under the jurisdiction of the General Neighborhood Committee in China. It was not even as big as a small town. Therefore, it was not too incredible to coincidentally encounter something that one wanted to encounter. After solving the accident in front of him, Ito-sei raised his eyes and looked inside. At the innermost end of the alley, a beautiful woman with short blonde hair was standing in the alley. She was wearing a white long-sleeved top and a conservative blue skirt. She was none other than the true ancestor that Seito was looking for, Elkit Brunstad. At this time, she was looking up, not knowing what she was looking at. But she quickly withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Seito, who unexpectedly appeared here. In an instant, a pair of red pupils reflected in his eyes. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Elkit, who looked at Seito and the dog that was sent flying by him with interest for a while, said. Magician? Then. Before Seito could speak, Elkit said again. Alley Beauty, do you want to have a go? Seito asked with a smile. What do you mean? Elkit blinked her eyes and asked, Do you mean a fight? No, how can it be a barbaric thing like a fight? What I mean is, should we find a place to sit down and have an in-depth exchange? Seito quickly shook his head, denied Elkit's words, and then invited with a double meaning. Of course, with Seito's understanding of Elkit, she definitely wouldn't understand this kind of words. Okay. Elkit, who didn't understand the meaning of the words, agreed with a smile. Follow me. Seito raised his hand and waved, then turned around and walked out of the alley. Elkit looked at Seito's back with a calm expression and then followed him. Along the way, Elkit was like a child. Her face was filled with innocence and curiosity as she looked at the various buildings and signs written on the buildings on the street. She also asked Seito what the words on the signs meant. She didn't have the vigilance and sense of danger that ordinary people would have when facing strangers. Just like that, the two of them walked for more than 10 minutes and finally stopped in front of a couple's hotel. Seito then used suggestion magic to open a room and led Elkit into the couple's hotel. Are we going to talk here? Elkit looked at the novel toys in the room and the adult movies that were being played on the TV Seito turned on. Yes, we're here. Seito walked to the side of the waterbed and sat down with a smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Because there was only one big waterbed in the room, Elkit couldn't help but sit down on it. She was interested in watching the TV that had already entered the main show. There were all kinds of movies that were elegant, selling one's father, using one's library. Seito moved his body to Elkit's side, reached out his hand to hold her waist, and gently caressed her. Of course, we're going to have a deep conversation. Then, everyone stayed in the room for a while, then they separated and acted according to their own division of labor. Seito walked on the road like an ordinary person. If it's according to the original work, today should be the start of the plot. But unfortunately, now that there's no Yashiki, the true ancestor, Elkit, won't be separated by 17 and come here early in the morning to trigger the plot. It's a bit troublesome. Seito whispered while walking on the road. Bang! However, at this moment, a dull sound faintly came from the depths of the alley beside him. Seito was surprised when he heard the sound, then he immediately turned around and moved toward the depths of the alley where the sound came from. It can't be so coincidental, Seito whispered. But things are so coincidental. Not long after he ran into the alley, a pitch-black dog beast that was sent flying howled and flew toward Seito. Sure enough, the area of a town is very small. Seito waved his arm and sent the dog beast flying to the side. Then he thought to himself, this is also true because a town in Japan is really small, so small that it's not much bigger than a neighborhood committee in an ordinary city in China. It's not even as big as a small town, so it's not too strange to encounter something that you want to encounter. After dealing with the accident in front of him, Seito raised his eyes and looked inside. He saw at the innermost end of the alley, a beautiful woman with short blonde hair wearing a white long-sleeved top and a conservative blue skirt was standing in the alley. She's none other than the true ancestor that Seito was looking for, Elkit Brunstad. At this time, she was looking up, not knowing what she was looking at. But soon she withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Seito, who unexpectedly appeared here. In an instant, a pair of red eyes reflected in his eyes. It seems that you're not an ordinary person. Elkit, who looked at Seito and the dog beast that was sent flying by him with interest for a while, said, Magician? Then, without waiting for Seito to speak, Elkit said again, Alley Beauty, do you want to have a go? Seito asked with a smile. What do you mean? Elkit blinked her eyes and asked, Do you mean a fight? No, 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 how can it be a barbaric thing like a fight? What I mean is, should we find a place to sit, and then have a deep communication? Seito quickly shook his head, denied Elkit's words, and then invited with a double meaning. Of course, with Seito's understanding of Elkit, she definitely wouldn't understand this kind of words. Okay. Elkit, who didn't understand the meaning of the words, agreed with a smile. Follow me. Seito raised his hand and waved, then turned and walked out of the alley. Elkit looked at Seito's back with a dull expression, then followed him. Along the way, Elkit was like a child, looking at the various buildings and signs written on the buildings with a face full of innocence and curiosity. She also asked Seito what the words on the signs meant. She didn't have the vigilance and sense of danger that ordinary people would have when facing strangers. Just like this, the two of them walked for more than 10 minutes and finally stopped in front of a couple's hotel. Then, Seito used hinting magic to open a room and brought Elkit into the couple's room. Are we talking here? Elkit looked at the novel toys in the room, and the adult movies that were being played on the TV that Seito turned on. Yes, it's here. Seito walked to the side of the waterbed and sat down with a smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Because there was only one large waterbed in the room, Elkit couldn't help but sit down on it. He was engrossed in watching the TV, which had already entered the main show. Various kinds of elegant selling off one's father movies were being played. He asked. Seito moved his body to Elkit's side, reached out his hand to hold her waist, and gently stroked. Of course, it's a deep communication. Chapter 1869. P.S. Thank you to LKSKLN for your precious monthly vote. Of course, the matter of deep communication did not happen in the end. The two of them tacitly skipped that topic and began to talk about Roa. I think, before we deal with Roa, we should first get rid of the other death apostle that entered the city. Seito said. Are you talking about Nero cows? Elkit continued. Yes. Seito nodded in confirmation. Coincidentally, that guy is also on my execution list. Let's do as you say. Elkit said indifferently. The true ancestor, or Elkit, was born with the purpose of eliminating dangerous elements, death apostles. Therefore, other than chasing after Roa, she would also eliminate the death apostles and the ghouls that were bitten by the death apostles. Therefore, among the many death apostles, she also had the nickname Executioner, which was full of bloodthirst. Do you mind if I call a few of my companions? Seito asked. Not just you and me? Elkit asked curiously. In her mind, she really did not think of adding more people to carry out this kind of mission. My companions have weapons that can eliminate Nero. Seito explained. Oh. Elkit responded in a low voice, not knowing whether to agree or not. As for whether she agreed to call more people, she did not give a clear answer. All right, I won't call them. But let me say this first, if we really do meet Nero, in order to ensure that we can completely eliminate him, I will still call them. After a short silence, Seito sighed helplessly and decided. Hearing this, a happy smile appeared on Elkit's face. Let's go out and play. Then, Elkit stepped forward and pulled Seito's arm. She said casually as she pulled him out of the couple's room. Since he was already being pulled away, Seito could not say anything. He could only chuckle helplessly and followed Elkit out of the room, wandering around the streets of Sanetachi. Until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Just as the two of them walked past an empty public green space, a tall male figure appeared in front of them. The man was tall, about 1.9 meters tall. His skin was pale, and he looked like a European. He was wearing a black windbreaker. Coupled with the many scratches on his face that looked like they had been scratched by wild beasts, he looked very frightening, as if he was a bad person doing some kind of work. Good evening, Princess of the True Ancestor. I've finally found you. The person who came said faintly. You sure know your place, Narakaos. Or should I call you Phoboloan? A dangerous smile appeared on Elkit's face as he spoke softly. How is that possible? He had never thought that he would ever hear the name of a human again. As expected of our executioner. Even the experience of the 27 Death Apostles is clear as day. Nero Cows said in shock. 20? Don't you agree that Snake is your companion? Elkit said in surprise. The so-called Snake was actually referring to Roa. Because he had the ability to reincarnate infinitely, he had the special title of Akasha's Snake. Therefore, among the Death Apostles, a snake became Roa's exclusive name. Of course, he is a vampire without the existence of vampires. Compared to the other Death Apostles, I had planned to know more about him. Nero's tone was full of disdain. Yeah, the heretics are birds of a feather. Elkit sneered. How is that possible? Heretics are called heretics because they are isolated. It's impossible for them to understand each other. Nero Cows said. But I'm a little surprised. When did the princess, who has always acted alone, get together with a human magician? Could it be that you've already forgotten the pain caused by the snake? Nero's gaze turned slightly and landed on Seito, who was standing beside Elkit, and said sarcastically. As soon as she said that, Elkit's expression immediately changed. His originally scarlet eyes turned golden as he entered battle mode. Did I touch your sore spot? Nero said softly. Nero Cows. Elkit's body emitted a strong magic aura as he growled in a low voice. Nero Cow's body didn't move, but from half of his body, there were a few huge dog beasts that they saw in the alley during the day. They bared their teeth and stared fiercely at Elkit and Seito, letting out a low growl. Seeing this, Seito didn't hesitate. He shook his arm and grabbed the obsidian dagger that slipped from his sleeve, the spear of Torowiska Bontikatori. He turned his wrist and a bright white ray was reflected from the surface of the stone. It swept across the dog beasts and Nero Cows like a laser. Puff! As expected, the dog beasts and Nero Cows were cut in half. But in the next moment, the black blood wriggled and a new Nero Cows emerged from the blood that gushed out from the broken corpse. That is, Elkit said with a serious expression. Do you see? Nero Cows said softly. Nero, your body and this power. To me, the lack of a body isn't a problem. I'm just 666, beast DNA and the same amount of life's turbidity. In other words, Nero Cows calmly explained when he realized that Elkit seemed to have seen through his true form. Then he raised his hand and grabbed his head. Puff. Then in the next moment, Nero crushed his own head. Seeing this, Seito and Elkit's face showed a shocked expression. Even if my body is broken in half or my head is destroyed, it's still meaningless to me. At this moment, Nero Cow's voice sounded again. I'm originally something without a body. When I return to my body from the place where I was killed, I can be resurrected as a part of chaos. Then, the blood shadow flew and turned into a black snake that shot towards Sei-Ito and Elkit. I'm one. I'm also 666. If you want to truly destroy me, you'll have to destroy 666 lives at the same time. Nero Cows, who created another body, said proudly. Sei-Ito flipped the dagger in his hand upside down. Bright white light shot out and killed the blood shadow that was flying towards him. Elkit's 10 fingers turned into sharp claws and brought out a sharp cold light. He also destroyed the monsters that were flying towards him. Impossible! If you put the concept of life without any color into a human's body, your ego will disappear. Elkit said loudly as he destroyed Nero Cow's attack. That's right. We're no longer individuals. We're a group. One day, the name Nero will also become a meaningless piece of meat. But it doesn't matter. Nero Cows was like a person who was enlightened. He said calmly, Now, I don't know what will become, is churning in my body. It can be said to be a primitive order. What is waiting for me in the future? I want to fully understand it before I fall. I'm only pursuing this. Although it takes a lot of effort to absorb consciousness like you, it's also a kind of joy. Become a part of I just like this. Then, more black monsters appeared in the field. They pounced towards Sei-Ito and Elkit from all directions. Sei-Ito and Elkit did not panic in the face of danger. They used their overwhelming power to kill the monsters that Nero Cows released. But just as he said, no matter how many times the monsters were killed, the monsters would always return to Nero Cow's body and merge into the chaos to be resurrected. They continued to form new monsters and attacked Sei-Ito and Elkit. Unknowingly, the ink-black blood flowed all over the ground of the park under the two's slaughter. Then, in the next moment, the blood on the ground suddenly shot up. It formed a curtain that pressed down on Sei-Ito and Elkit. Sei-Ito flipped the Torowiska Bontic Atori spear in his hand. The light of decomposition shot out and cut the curtain of blood. Elkit used both hands to grab 10 blades of cold light. The blood curtain was torn into several pieces. But before the broken blood veil could completely fall, a new blood veil appeared right after. And together with the blood that surged to the feet of the two, the new curtain of blood rushed towards Sei-Ito and Elkit. At the same time, the monsters around them jumped up and bit. It prevented the two from intercepting the blood curtain. Under the influence of many factors, finally, in the next second, the blood curtain pressed down on the two's body. It stuck to Sei-Ito and Elkit's body like asphalt and tightly wrapped them. Do you still like the chaos in my body, princess of the true ancestor? Even if you are in your complete state, you can't destroy it. It was made by gathering 500 of my clones, the land of creation. Seeing that Elkit was wrapped in the black curtain of blood, Nero Cows opened his mouth again. Since you received your flesh in the modern world, how many of our compatriots have died? How many seniors wanted to bury you but met the opposite fate? But tonight all of this will end. The great cause that so many people couldn't achieve, let me, Nero Cows, complete it. At this moment, Sei-Ito, who was also wrapped in the black curtain of blood, showed a smile on his face. Nero, overconfidence isn't a good thing. Sei-Ito laughed. Before Nero Cows could understand what he meant, a large number of magic light bullets suddenly flew down from the sky and bombarded Nero Cow's body. Boom, 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 a series of explosions reverberated in the air above the park. Then, a black shadow quickly came out from the trees on the side and rushed towards Nero Cows under the cover of the energy smoke produced by the explosions. The weapon in the shadow's hand pierced towards Nero Cows. Vanish into nothingness, vampire! Then, a woman's shout resounded in the night sky. It was Liz Byfay's voice. This is. Nero Cows's voice was filled with shock and anger as he spoke from the smoke. Your companion? Elkit asked. Yes. Seito nodded in confirmation. Then, he joked, looks like we're saved. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, several streaks of cold light flashed past Ito-sei and Elkit's bodies, cutting apart the black blood veil around them, allowing them to regain their freedom. Sorry to trouble you, Rider. Seito, who was still stained with black powder, smiled and said. This is. Elkit looked at Rider, who was standing on the side, and faintly sensed that something was different. Seito smiled at Elkit and did not explain. Elkit knew not to pursue the matter. Instead, she was still looking at Rider with interest. Then, the smoke dispersed, revealing Nero Cows and Byfay, who were standing behind him. They were holding a concept weapon that had the pure concept of annihilation. It was a weapon that specialized in dealing with vampires, the official canon, and stabbed it into Nero Cow's body. Damn executor! Nero Cows said angrily. Wrong. I'm a holy knight of the Heresy Inquisition. I'm not the executor of the burial mechanism, as you said. Liz and Byfay, who were trying to activate the power of the official canon to destroy Nero Cow's existence, corrected him. Lackey of the church. Nero Cows scolded. Elkit, have you fallen to the point where you have to join hands with the church? Nero Cows then looked at Elkit and questioned loudly. Nero, you're questioning the wrong person. Elkit doesn't have the ability to mobilize the church's personnel. Before Elkit could say anything, Seito refuted with a smile. Besides, although Liz and Byfay are holy knights, the word former should be added in front of her name. She's now just a combat member in my team. It's just that you're unlucky to meet us here. Liz and Byfay opened their mouths and wanted to defend themselves. However, when they remembered that they had not contacted the church for more than 2 years, which was basically the same as defecting, they could not help but remain silent and tacitly agreed with Seito's words. As long as we can destroy the heresy, Liz and Byfay comforted themselves. Ah! Then, Narokas, who had been struck by the spell, let out a loud roar. A dozen ferocious monsters abruptly appeared around him and lunged at Liz and Byfay, who were behind him, as if they were about to vanish. Ryder's figure dashed forward and arrived beside Nero Cows. He swung his chained sword and beheaded the monsters, assisting Liz and Byfay in destroying Nero Cows. After about a minute, Nero Cows let out a long cry and turned into a pile of ashes. The night wind blew his ashes into the air. Chapter 1870. From the looks of it, you guys seem to have come prepared. Elkit looked at Castor, who fell from the sky, Ryder next to him, and Liz and Byfay, who were drawing a cross on their chest with interest, and said, This is not the place to talk, let's leave first. Hearing this, Seito smiled and suggested, Okay. Elkit tilted his head and looked at Seito and agreed. Then everyone gathered together and left the park. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to their residence in Mitsucho. Hey, aren't you? Looking at Here, who appeared in the room, Elkit, who had a good memory of Roa's 16th reincarnation, was surprised. Yes, she is the reincarnation of the previous Roa, Here. Seito explained in a timely manner. Shouldn't she have been killed by me? Elkit said strangely. How should I put it? I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Here not only obtained Roa's magic knowledge during the period of Roa's possession, but also integrated with Roa's immortal attribute. So after you killed her and let Roa reincarnate, she was resurrected again and was found by the people who buried the mechanism. It just so happened that I was in the vicinity at that time, so I saved her. Ito-sei explained. And for some reason, she is now like you, determined to kill Roa completely, which is why I brought her here this time. So that's how it is. Elkit suddenly said. Who are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Also, if I'm not mistaken, You should have been bitten by a death apostle. Elkit's gaze fell on Xian Yuan and asked with a surprised look. I am Xian Yuan Eltra Matraysia. As you feel, I was indeed bitten by a death apostle. Just 2 years ago. In order to prevent myself from completely becoming a death apostle, I am now studying how to reverse the transformation of a death apostle, so can you give me some of your blood? Your true ancestor's blood should be of crucial help to my research. Without waiting for Sei Ito to introduce himself, Ziyuan introduced herself and put forward her request directly. Hearing Ziyuan's request, Elkit frowned unhappily. What if I don't agree? After a pause, Elkit said calmly. Then I'll have to use my own method to get it, Ziyuan said lightly. On the other side, Liz and Baifei were also preparing to attack. As for here, after looking at Elkit and Ziyuan, he retreated to the side. He didn't participate in it. Similarly, Castor and Ryder, who followed Sei Ito's lead, didn't show the slightest desire to attack. Seeing Ziyuan's expression, Elkit's eyes turned from scarlet to golden light, exuding a faint pressure. Enough is enough, Sei Ito couldn't help but shout when he saw that the situation between the two had become tense. And Sei Ito's words were still reasonable. After hearing his shout, Elkit, Ziyuan, Liz, and Baifei suppressed their thoughts of attacking and quieted down. Elkit, can you give me some of your blood? Then Sei Ito walked to Elkit. He looked into her eyes and asked softly, I suddenly feel that I'm not interested in you. It's rare that I felt a little interested in you before. Elkit, who quietly watched Sei Ito for a while, suddenly turned her head and said angrily like a child throwing a tantrum. Sei Ito couldn't help but feel stunned when he heard this. I'm leaving, Elkit said again. Then she turned around and strode to the entrance. She put on her shoes and pushed the door out of the house. The open door slowly closed behind him. I'll go after her, Sei Ito said. Then when the door was about to close, he pushed the door open and flashed out of the house. Bang! The door slammed shut. You're a little impatient, Here looked at Ziyuan and said, It seems that my way of talking is really wrong. It's just that with our current strength, we should be able to beat the true ancestor, right? Is it necessary to be so polite to her? Ziyuan frowned. That true ancestor is very strong. Very strong, Ryder said calmly. Castor's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. Believe in him. Since he has been in contact with the true ancestor, I believe he will help you get the true ancestor's blood. Liz and Baifei comforted. Ziyuan nodded slightly. She acquiesced. On the other side, Sei Ito, who caught up with Elkit, didn't mention anything about blood. Just like a small follower, he followed Elkit and strolled around Sanatachi at night. Until a few hours later, they stopped in a hotel room. I'm going to rest. Elkit, who sat down on the bed, said. Well, you rest, I'll guard you. Sei Ito said cheekily. Elkit heard him and didn't pay attention to him. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to rest. Then, very soon, a soft sound of happiness rose from Elkit's nostrils. Do you mind if I sleep next to you? After a while, Sei Ito walked to the other side of Elkit's bed and sat down on the edge. He looked at Elkit, who was sleeping on the bed, and asked. Elkit, who was already asleep, naturally couldn't answer him. Since you don't answer, then I'll take it as a yes. I'm going to lie down. Sei Ito smiled. Then he really lay down next to Elkit. After a while, Sei Ito said again, Do you mind if I hug you to sleep? Of course, Elkit still didn't answer him. After that, Sei Ito once again turned around and put his hand on Elkit's body. He gently tightened his arms and hugged her in his arms. Well, it's still more comfortable like this, Sei Ito whispered. Sleep. Then, Sei Ito stretched his head, kissed Elkit's forehead, and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, another sound of snoring echoed in the quiet room. But at this time, Elkit, who didn't respond until now, opened her eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils. She looked at Sei Ito's face with interest, smiled, and closed her eyes again to sleep. However, Elkit, who was sleeping again, didn't notice that Seito, who she thought had fallen asleep, had a slight smile on his face. Ding-dong, she didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but a crisp sound of a bell suddenly came from outside the room. After an uneventful night, it was already the next day. Early in the morning, Elkit was like a child who got a new toy. She took a black pen and drew on Seito's face. There was a circle on his left eye, another circle on his right eye, and black vertical lines of different lengths around his mouth. On both sides of his cheeks and forehead, there was a pattern like a tortoise shell. I'm satisfied. Suddenly, Seito, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said softly to Elkit, who was still in his arms. Not even close. Elkit curled his lips and said, then turned over and sat up on the bed. Then how about I go out on a date today? Seito, who also sat up from the bed, asked with a smile. Eat meat? Elkit asked strangely. In Japanese, a date sounds similar to a certain word. As for whether it's eating meat or something else, I forgot. So my Japanese-speaking friends mistakenly spat it out. It's a date. We're going out to play together. Seito explained. Okay, where do you want to play? Elkit agreed with a face full of happiness. Let's go to Miyamoto Prefecture. It's closer and won't affect our business tonight. Seito said after thinking for a while. Okay. Elkit replied. Then the two of them ordered breakfast through room service. After eating breakfast in the room, they left the hotel together and took a bus to Miyamoto Prefecture. Just like they said in the morning, they began their date. The first stop was the zoo in Miyamoto Prefecture. Hey, okay, what do you say we let them out? Elkit, who was walking in the zoo and admiring the various animals in cages, suddenly said. Let's forget about it. These guys are nothing to us, but to normal people, they're ferocious beasts. They'll cause a lot of panic. Seito patiently dissuaded with his mouth twitching. Elkit nodded and looked at the animals with a peace of mind. After looking at the animals, it was almost noon. Seito took Elkit to enjoy lunch. Needless to say, for Elkit, who thought everything was delicious, the lunch at noon easily made her feel extremely happy. Then the two of them went to the cinema and watched the latest movie in this world. They continued to eat cold drinks, play games, go shopping. Until after dinner, the two of them ended their date and returned to Miyamoto Prefecture. It's about time. We should get down to business. Seito looked up at the sky and said to Elkit beside him. Elkit nodded, her body faintly emitting a cold, murderous intent. Follow me. Seito called out. Then he stepped forward and moved into the depths of Miyamoto Prefecture. Elkit didn't ask and silently followed. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived in front of a Western-style courtyard building. It was the Tenno family home that Seito had invaded more than 10 years ago. Although the Tenno family home still looked the same, the aura it emitted gave people a strong sense of desolation and loneliness. It made people's hair stand on end. It's here. Itsunari said in a low voice. Chapter 1871. P.S. Same old question, first pass then change. Hearing Seito's words, Elkit's eyes almost immediately turned from blood red to golden yellow and entered into battle mode. I don't know if Roa's reincarnation is at home, Seito said softly. Then without any nonsense, he directly jumped over the wall and landed in the courtyard of Ino's house. Just like the desolate feeling of Ino's house, the weeds in the courtyard of Ino's house seemed to have not been taken care of for a long time. They grew long, straight to the calf of a person, which was a bit troublesome. Immediately after, Elkit also jumped into the courtyard. Seito waved his head at Elkit, indicating him to follow, and he moved toward Ino's house according to the memory of the invasion. In this way, the two gently walked through the grass, through the courtyard, and into Ino's house, and began to search room by room. What brings you to Ino's house in the middle of the night? Two guessed. But without waiting for them to search for a long time, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in the room. Seito and Elkit stopped and turned to look at the direction of the voice. Over there, a slender and graceful girl wearing a white long-sleeved shirt and a blue pleated skirt with a red hairpin entered their sight. Her long black hair was like a waterfall and was tied up with a red hairpin. Looking at the familiar face of the girl, Seito's mind subconsciously came up with the other party's name. Ino Akiba. Was she not played by Ino's Four Seasons? Looking at the seemingly normal Akiba, Seito couldn't help but secretly think. Suddenly visiting, but not giving you any hospitality, I am very sorry for not being considerate enough as the host. But forgive my rudeness, who are you? Akiba continued to say. Good evening. Miss Ino, let us introduce ourselves. I am Seito, next to me is Elkit. We have some things to ask you. I don't know if Miss Ino is willing to answer? Seito said with a smile. That depends on the questions you ask. If it involves some secrets, I have the right to refuse to answer. Akiba said lightly. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for Miss Ino. Seito said with a smile. I want to know, where is your brother, Ino's Four Seasons? Then, Seito's expression changed. Asked lightly. Why do you want to find my brother? Akiba's expression, when she heard this, her body was full of pressure, asked. Well, we think that something came to this city and possessed your brother, Itose said with a shrug. Question mark. Akiba frowned, her face showed displeasure. Rich family, excellent families. And talent. For that guy, the Ino family is the most suitable noble family in this city. Although you also have the smell of an inhuman, it is certain that you are not the target we are looking for, so the most likely one to be possessed is your elder brother, Four Seasons Yoshino. Itose, who ignored Akiha Yoshino's expression, continued to narrate the situation. So, can you tell us where your brother is? No comment. Akiba said coldly. That's really troublesome. Seito said in a low voice, as if he had a headache. Since you don't want to say, then I'll use my strength to force you, Elkit suddenly said. After saying this, Elkit's body flashed, and he appeared in front of Akiba, whose pupils shrank and grabbed her neck. But at that moment, Akiba's aura suddenly changed. At the same time, her hair turned from black to blood red. Then, a blazing flame suddenly appeared in front of Akiba and blasted towards Elkit. Elkit retracted his arms and blocked in front of his face, following the momentum of the flame. He flew backwards. Bang walala. A glass window was smashed into pieces by Elkit's body. After repelling Elkit, Ino Akiba stopped and waved his arm, creating a spiraling flame vortex, then shot it towards Itose on the side. Seito tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With a light smile, he jumped backwards and left the room through the gap created by Elkit's body, landing in the courtyard of the Ino family. Not long after, Akiba, who was emitting a strong aura, also jumped out of the broken window and landed in the courtyard, facing off against Seito and Elkit. I don't care where you came from, but don't bother my brother again, Akiba said loudly. It seemed that even without Shiki, Akiba's brother complex attributes still didn't decrease at all, and under the cultivation of Roa, it was all transferred to Roa's body. What if I have to get close? Elkit said coldly. Then die. Far Wild Autumn Leaf replied without any trace of politeness. Humph. Elkit snorted coldly, waved his hand and pulled out 5 cold lights, which turned into light blades and flew towards Akiba. Akiha Ono stomped on the ground, and her body quickly escaped from the attack of the light blade. Then, she turned around again and charged straight at Elkit. With the support of the fire energy, she kicked at Elkit's head. What brings you to the Ino family in the middle of the night? 2 guessed. But before they could search for a long time, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in the room. Seito and Elkit stopped and turned to look in the direction of the voice. There, a slim and graceful girl wearing a white long-sleeved shirt and a blue pleated skirt, with a long black waterfall-like hair tied with a red hairpin, immediately came into view. Looking at the girl's familiar face, Ito's mind subconsciously came up with the other party's name. Akiba Yukino. Haven't you been played by Yukino Shiki? Looking at the normal Akiba Yukino on the surface, Ito couldn't help but think. Suddenly visiting but not giving you any hospitality, it's my lack of etiquette as the host, I'm very sorry. But forgive my rudeness, who are you? Akiba Yukino continued. Good evening, Miss Akiba Yukino, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Ito, next to me is Elkit. We have some things we want to ask you. I wonder if Miss Akiba Yukino is willing to answer? Ito said with a smile. That depends on what you ask. If it involves some secrets, I have the right to refuse to answer. Akiba Yukino said indifferently. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for Miss Akiba Yukino. Ito said with a smile. I want to know where your brother, Yukino Shiki, is. Then, Ito's expression changed and asked. Why do you want to find my brother? Akiba Yukino's expression changed when she heard this, and her body was full of pressure as she asked. How do you say it? We believe that something has descended into this city and possessed your brother. Ito said with a shrug. Wealthy family, excellent bloodline, and talent. For that guy, the Akiba Yukino family is the most suitable noble family in this city. Although you also have the smell of an inhuman, I can be sure that you are not the target we are looking for. So, the most likely person to be possessed is your brother, 4 Seasons Yoshino. Itose ignored Akiha Yoshino's expression and continued to narrate the situation. So, can you tell us where your brother is? No comment. Akiba Yukino said coldly. That's really troublesome. Ito said in a low voice as if he had a headache. Since you don't want to say it, then I'll use force. Elkit on the side suddenly said. After saying this, Elkit's body flashed, and he appeared in front of Akiba Yukino, whose pupils shrank and grabbed her neck. But at that moment, Akiba Yukino's aura suddenly changed, and at the same time, her hair turned from black to blood red. Then, a blazing flame suddenly appeared in front of Akiba Yukino and blasted towards Elkit. Elkit retracted his arms and blocked in front of his face, and flew backwards due to the momentum of the flame. Bang crash. A glass window was immediately shattered by Elkit's body. After repelling Elkit, Akiba Yukino stopped and waved her arm, creating a spiraling flame vortex that shot towards Ito. Ito tiptoed and jumped backwards with a light smile on his face. He left the room through the gap created by Elkit's body and landed in the courtyard of Akiba Yukino's house. Not long after, Akiba Yukino, who was emitting a strong aura, also jumped out of the broken window and landed in the courtyard, facing off against Ito and Elkit. I don't care where you came from, but don't bother my brother again, Akiba Yukino said loudly. It seemed that even without Shiki, Akiba Yukino's brother-complex attribute still didn't decrease at all, and under the cultivation of Roa, who was possessed by Roa, it was all transferred to Roa. What if I have to get close? Elkit said coldly. Then go die. Akiba Yukino replied without any trace of politeness. Humph. Elkit snorted coldly, waved his hand and pulled out 5 cold lights, which turned into light blades and flew towards Akiba Yukino. Akiba Yukino stepped on the ground, and her body escaped from the light blade attack at high speed. Then, she turned again and rushed straight towards Elkit, and with the support of the flame power, she kicked towards Elkit's head. Chapter 1872. P.S. Thanks to Rose Emperor for her precious monthly vote. Just as Ito predicted, after 20 minutes, Toino Akiha woke up from her unconscious state with a groan. You're awake, Ito said indifferently. Toino Akiha frowned, then her expression changed. She suddenly opened her eyes and sat up on the bed. In an instant, Elkeet, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and Sei-Ito, who was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, entered her sight. But immediately after, Toino Akiha's expression changed. She looked at Sei-Ito with an unkind expression. Rummaging through other people's things without the owner's permission is not something a guest should do. Toino Akiha said in a deep voice. A guest? Since you were defeated by us, you've become a captive. Collecting the captive's spoils is the right of the victor. Sei-Ito glanced at Toino Akiha on the bed and said, But fortunately we found this thing. It saved us a lot of trouble. Sei-Ito shook the brown leather book in his hand and said with a smile. The brown leather book in Sei-Ito's hand was none other than Toino Akiha's diary. It was a very detailed record of her life since the death of her father, Toino Shinhisa. Of course, it also included the target he was looking for, Toino Akiha's diary. Now that you're awake, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Please forgive us for our previous offense. We'll take our leave first. Then, Sei-Ito closed the diary with a bang and put it on the table. He put down his legs and stood up from the chair. He looked at Toino Akiha with a smile and said softly. Toino Akiha's eyes flickered. She didn't say anything. Elkeet, let's go. Sei-Ito called out. Elkeet straightened his back. She stood up and followed Sei-Ito out of the room. Wait. However, just as the two of them were about to leave the room, Autumn Leaf's voice suddenly rang out. Sei-Ito stopped and turned to look at Autumn Leaf with a puzzled expression. I want to know how you will treat my brother. Akiha Kono looked straight into Sei-Ito's eyes and said seriously. Based on what you've written in your diary, I can roughly deduce that the thing possessing your brother 4 seasons has begun to awaken, and is gradually replacing him to return to his original form. It might even have returned to its original state by now. So, no matter what state he is in, your brother will die. After a pause, Sei-Ito explained. Kino Akai remained silent. Just give up, Sei-Ito said calmly. So saying, he did not linger in the room any longer, but went out with Elkeet and left the house and returned to the street, which was shrouded in darkness and lights. I didn't expect that guy to have left Kino's house a few days ago. It seems that we can only use the old method to find him. Sei-Ito sighed as he walked side by side with Elkeet on the street. Sorry, I thought I could get rid of Roa quickly, and then play with you in the modern world. Sei-Ito turned to look at Elkeet beside him. Do you have that kind of thought? Elkeet, with his hands behind his back, leaned forward and looked at Sei-Ito's face with a smile. Yes. Sei-Ito nodded and confirmed. It seems that we can only put this plan on hold. Then let's make a deal. Elkeet quickly walked in front of Sei-Ito and smiled. After we eliminate Roa, you have to play with me in the city for a few days. Okay. Sei-Ito smiled. Then he reached out his hand and raised his pinky. He joked, Come on, let's pinky swear. Pinky swear? Elkeet didn't understand. It's a popular way of making a deal in the East. Sei-Ito stepped forward and grabbed Elkeet's hand. He pressed down her 4 fingers and revealed her pinky. Then he reached out his pinky and hooked it with Elkeet's pinky. Like this. Pinky swear, hang, no change for 100 years. Ha 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 ha, so interesting. Elkeet said happily. Then she reached out her hand and hooked it with Sei-Ito's hand again, playing the pinky swear game. Let's go, while it's still early, let's walk around the street and see if we can be lucky enough to meet Roa, who is hiding somewhere. Sei-Ito turned his hand over and held Elkeet's hand. He pulled her forward and said softly. The result was needless to say, they couldn't find any trace of Roa. But it wasn't like they didn't encounter some unexpected situations, such as the ghouls that turned from humans after being bitten. The two of them still encountered a few and got rid of them while they were at it. Then it was late at night without them noticing. Forget it, let's call it a day. Let's go back. Sei-Ito gave up. Okay. Elkeet thought for a moment and agreed. Then the two of them stopped their search and returned to the hotel where Elkeet lived. Hey Elkeet. On the way, Seito suddenly said, let my companions join in. After all, everyone has the same goal, and each of them has their own specialties. I believe that with them, we should be able to find Roa quickly. No. Elkeet's expression changed when she heard this, and she angrily refused. Why? Seito asked with some surprise. There is no why. When I say no, I mean no, Elkeet said firmly. If you want them to join in, let's split up. I can find Roa by myself. Okay, pretend I didn't say that. Seito helplessly sighed when he saw Elkeet's insistence. Elkeet didn't say anything and just walked back to the hotel with large strides. After a while, the two of them returned to the hotel room. Ding, but at this time, a crisp bell suddenly rang in Seito's ears. Seito's expression changed, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. It was the window of the guest room. A black cat with a red tie around its neck stood on the edge of the window. It turned its head and looked at Seito, who walked into the room with its golden eyes. Elkeet, is that your cat? Seito, who vaguely guessed the identity of the cat, asked. Him? Kind of. Elkeet looked at the black cat on the windowsill and replied casually. Seito looked at the black cat. He walked over. The black cat didn't run or hide, and its eyes were full of spirituality as it watched Seito, who was gradually approaching. When he was in front of the black cat, Seito reached out his hand. The black cat looked up at Seito, jumped down from the windowsill, and walked away with elegant cat-like step. It seems that it doesn't like me. Seito, who saw the black cat walking away, withdrew his hand and smiled bitterly. No, if Len didn't like you, she wouldn't have come out to meet you. Elkeet, who sat on the bed, looked at the black cat walking away and explained. Her name is Len. Seito's eyes flashed as he repeated. At this time, he was completely sure of the black cat's identity. A magician used a special ability to create a nightmare familiar with cat corpses and human souls, Len. The reason why she stayed by Elkeet's side was because of the deal between her original owner and Elkeet, to use his special ability, turn memories into unconsciousness and make people unable to remember, to destroy the first Anaxio's enchantment and assist Elkeet in killing the first Anaxio. The premise was that Elkeet would be responsible for keeping her after his death. As for the so-called Anaxio, his full name was Anaxio Fanghalen. He was the seventh ancestor of the 27 Death Apostles. He was a blood-sucking plant that could think and move, and turned into a Death Apostle. He was killed by Elkeet 800 years ago. You might have a good dream tonight, Elkeet said with a smile. Seito smiled and didn't say anything. He turned around and went into the bathroom to wash up. After about 20 minutes, he returned to the room. He didn't pretend anymore and directly sat on the bed, lay down next to Elkeet, and reached out to hug her. Sure enough, it's more comfortable like this, Seito said shamelessly. Is it really like this? Elkeet wondered. But she didn't object. Instead, she took the initiative to move her body closer to Seito's arms. She made herself more comfortable. It seems to be quite good. Elkeet, who had a little experience, said. Sleep. Seito chuckled. She then closed her eyes and peacefully entered her dream. Done, accompanied by a seductive summoning sound. Elkeet, who was naked, crawled out of the darkness and appeared in front of Seito. Elkeet? Seito was surprised. Master Ching, then, the voice sounded again, and the same caster crawled out of the black fog. Master Ching, Brother Ching, done, Seito, then the voice continued, and from the black fog crawled out one after another naked rider, Sakura Tasaka, Liz Baifei, Here, Cheyenne, Rin Tasaka, Kwai Tasaka, Asakami Tasaka, Amber, Ruri, Ozaki Orange, Alice, Phil, Saber, Mayo Yi, Kanyama Yusumi. Even his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Ito, and so on. All the women that Sei Ito was familiar with or had a close relationship with, crawled to his side and surrounded him like a forest of flesh, extremely seductive and lustful, stimulating Sei Ito. Huh! Seeing this, Sei Ito exhaled softly, raised his head from the breasts of the women, and said loudly, "It's Len, right?" Almost at the moment when Sei Ito's voice fell, the whole strange space slightly paused, and all the women disappeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes like a mirage. Then the scene changed, and Ito Sei appeared on a beach covered by night with an extra piece of clothing. "Hello, Len." Looking at the young girl who appeared beside him, wearing a black dress with a big black bow on her light blue hair, Sei Ito softly called. Len turned her head slightly. Although she didn't speak, Sei Ito could still understand the meaning in her eyes. "Hello. Do you want to get power from me?" Sei Ito asked softly. As a nightmare, there were two ways for Len to get power. The first was to sign a contract with someone, and then the master would provide Len with the magic she needed. The second way was to be self-sufficient. By entering the dreamer's mind, she would create a woman in the dreamer's mind that was suitable for the dreamer's mind, prompting the dreamer to have a lust, stimulating the dreamer to ejaculate, and then absorbing the magic contained in the sperm to replenish her magic. Obviously, Len was now using the second method. However, according to the information Sei Ito collected, ever since Len followed Elkit, she didn't seem to have used the lust ability on any man. In the original work, she only used it when Elkit asked her to thank Shiki Ino. He really didn't understand why she suddenly used this ability on him. Could it be like what Elkit said, she didn't hate him? Len's eyes wandered, conveying the meaning. "You mean, Elkit asked you to dream for me, and then you took the reward?" Sei Ito was stunned. Len's eyes gave an affirmative answer. So that's how it is. I thought you liked me, so you took the initiative to help me enter the dream and then get some magic," Sei Ito said with a self-deprecating smile. Surprisingly, Len actually responded to his self-deprecation. "I don't hate you. Your body has a very strange smell." "Thank you." Sei Ito thanked her. Then the two of them became silent, silently admiring the deep sea in front of them. Until a moment later. "It's rare for you to use your ability. It's not good to waste your power like this. How about this, use your ability again, I'll cooperate with you," Sei Ito said. Len blinked his eyes and released his ability as he was told. The next moment, the familiar faint black fog once again appeared around Sei Ito, who had become naked again. Then the black fog squirmed, and one by one, Elkit, Castor, Ryder, Saber, Liz, Bifei, Cheyenne, Here, Sakura Tasaka, Rin Tasaka, Kwai Tasaka, Alice Fair, Iozaki Aoko, Akiha Tasaka, and other women who belonged to the type Moon World came out one by one, enjoying their service with ease. In an instant, a familiar sense of stimulation emerged from the bottom of his heart. "Hey, although I know it's fake, the ability of this nightmare is really powerful. It can actually give people a real sense of stimulation." Sei Ito, who enjoyed the service of the women, secretly sighed. Then with a loud roar, he turned over and pressed a woman next to him under his body, and began a fierce gender confrontation. Waves of moaning and moaning echoed in this strange space. Chapter 1873. She really likes you. The next morning, Elkit said as she looked at the black cat sleeping peacefully on Sei Ito's lap. "Yes." Sei Ito chuckled as he gently stroked the black cat with his palm. "How about this, I'll give her to you. She likes to stay by your side anyway." Elkit thought about it and suddenly decided. The black cat raised her head and looked back and forth between Sei Ito and Elkit with her golden cat eyes. "Okay." Sei Ito smiled and agreed. He then looked down at the black cat on his lap and asked softly, "You don't have any objections, right?" The black cat turned her head and looked at Elkit. She then lowered her head and lay on her paw again, closing her eyes to sleep. "We're done eating. Let's go." Elkit got up and said, "Okay." Seito agreed. He then gently picked up the black cat on his lap and put her on the bed beside him. He then stood up and left the hotel with Elkit. They started searching in Mabucho and Mabucho County, where Mabucho was located. But Roa seemed to have evaporated. Other than finding a lot of ghoulish death apostles in the town, they couldn't find any trace of Roa. However, they weren't discouraged. Since there were ghoulish death apostles in the town, it proved that Roa was still active in Mabucho. As long as they looked carefully, they would be able to find him. Just like that, the two of them kept searching the streets day after day. A week had passed without them noticing. "What a round moon!" Seito, who was standing on the roof of a building, looked at the huge round plate in the sky that seemed to be within reach. He couldn't help but exclaim. Elkit, who was also looking at the moon in the sky, didn't say anything. However, the breath on her body suddenly became a little unstable. "Are you okay?" He noticed Elkit's abnormality. Seito turned his head and looked at her with concern. "I'm fine." Elkit shook her head slightly. Even though she said that, the pupils in her eyes from time to time still showed her true condition. "Blood-sucking impulse?" He paused. Seito said softly. Just like how she was different from other vampires, she was not afraid of flowing water, garlic, holy water, crosses, and other common exorcism holy objects. Just like how she was able to walk freely under the sun, she also obtained strength, stamina, recovery ability, and terrifying blood-sucking urges that far surpassed ordinary vampires. Due to Seito's intervention, she didn't lose 20% of her strength like she did in the original world, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't have the urge to suck blood anymore. And apparently, under the influence of the full moon night which had a special effect on vampires, the blood-sucking impulse which she had been suppressing with her strength suddenly rebounded. Hearing Seito's words, Elkit's expression froze. "I'm fine. It's fine. I won't leave you." Seito, who had been paying attention to Elkit's expression, didn't hesitate. He immediately reached out and pulled her into his arms. His hands gently rubbed her back to comfort her while whispering in her ear. Smelling Seito's scent, Elkit's hands fiercely hugged Seito's body. Her 10 fingers were like hooks, firmly grasping his flesh. But how could Seito's body be comparable to the strength of an ordinary human's body? So even though Elkit's fingers had changed into the sharp shape of an attack, she couldn't scratch his skin. Only 10 faint white marks were left on his body. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Elkit breathed out a long sigh of relief. Her body softened in Seito's arms. "Are you okay?" Feeling the change in Elkit, Seito asked softly. "Yes." Elkit whispered. "That's it? You're not going to give me a reward?" Seito pretended to be surprised. "What reward do you want?" Elkit turned her head. Looking at Seito's face that was close to her, she asked curiously. "How about rewarding me with a kiss?" Seito turned his head slightly and asked. "Kiss? What's that?" Elkit asked curiously. Seito looked at Elkit speechlessly. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he shamelessly said, "Whatever. I'll take it that you agree." After saying that, Seito stuck his head out. He sucked on the hesitant Elkit's lips and skillfully used his tongue to pry open her teeth. He broke into the jade pool and tangled with Elkit's clumsy tongue like a dragon. Ugh! Elkit, who felt a bit strange, subconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. But soon, Elkit was lost in the wonderful feeling that Seito gave her. However, just when Seito wanted to give Elkit a completely wonderful first kiss, a strange aura suddenly came from the center of the city. Elkit was shocked. She quickly pushed Seito away and turned her head to look in the direction of the aura. "It's Roa," Elkit said seriously. After that, she didn't wait for Seito's reaction and jumped in the direction of the aura. Seeing Elkit set off, Ito helplessly shrugged and quickly followed her. Almost at the same time when the two of them set off, here, caster, rider, and others also felt the aura released by Roa. They left the stronghold and rushed to the place where the aura was. With that kind of inhuman movement, it didn't take long for Ito and Elkit to appear in front of a huge building. It was a building similar to a department store. The width of the building was about 17 or 18 meters, and the height was about 20 meters. It was divided into 7 floors, and magnificent neon lights were flashing on the surface of the building. Of course, this was the state of the building in the eyes of ordinary people. In the eyes of special people like Ito and Elkit, there was a vast enchantment covering the outside of the building, exuding amazing magical fluctuations. Elkit didn't hesitate, she immediately stepped through the enchantment and walked into the building. Seeing this, Ito couldn't do anything, so he silently followed. In an instant, a magnificent hall with brilliant lights appeared in front of the two of them. At this time, Elkit raised her head and looked at the top with eyes full of killing intent. She saw at the top of the hollow building a thin man with long black hair wearing black trousers and a white shirt, but the front of the shirt was all open, revealing the muscles and body lines below. He was looking at Elkit and Ito, who were standing at the bottom of the hall with eyes full of evil intent. Needless to say, this person was Roa, and from the appearance and state he was now showing, it was obvious that he had completed a complete awakening, eliminating the personality information of 4 seasons in the wild and returning to the original form of Roa. "Welcome to my castle, Princess Elkit Brunstad." At this time, Roa said softly. Elkit was silent. "What's wrong? Ever since you came to this land, you seem to have a lot to say. In the end, you didn't even say goodbye?" Seeing that Elkit didn't speak, Roa opened his arms and said with a frivolous tone, "Forget it, tonight is the perfect night for you to draw a perfect circle. If you are willing to accept my hospitality, then I can't be happier." Elkit was still silent, and seeing Elkit's behavior, Roa's face also revealed a furious expression. But at the next moment, Elkit's expression suddenly changed. It was filled with killing intent, anger, and frightening hatred. She shouted word by word, "Roa! Roa!" Her 5 fingers sharpened, and she entered an attacking state, accumulating a majestic magic power in her palm. But before she could release her attack, a faint stomping sound echoed in the air. Then, nearly 10 triple circle magic circles with the thickness of a person suddenly appeared on the ground around Elkit and Ito. Intense magic power surged and gathered into thick lightning bolts that blasted toward the two of them. Bang! The lightning bolts bloomed and filled the hollow of the entire building. "It's really ugly. This is my castle. How can I not prepare anything?" Roa looked coldly at the blazing white light below, and said in a low voice, "Or, you're only at this level. Have you fallen to the point where you can't even detect this level of magic?" But at the next moment, a majestic murderous aura that filled the entire space was emitted from the white lightning bolts. "What?" Roa's expression changed greatly, then she turned around and quickly looked behind her. She saw that in the gradually dissipating smoke and dust of the building, Elkit's eyes were glowing with golden light. Then Elkit waved her right claw, bringing out an amazing energy blade. Bang! A huge crack immediately appeared on the building, dividing the whole building into 2. The huge smoke and dust stirred up, even if it was far away, it could still be clearly seen. It was like a road sign pointing the way for someone. For example, here, caster and rider, who were rushing here. Then after about 10 seconds, the smoke dispersed under the night wind. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha, that's right. That level of magic really can't hurt you. If that's not the case, then the castle I prepared is meaningless. Roa, who appeared from the dispersed smoke, laughed crazily. Although at this time his body had become broken, not only was he missing an arm, but even his abdomen had a big hole in his internal organs, making him look like he would die at any time. Chapter 1874. Then, Roa stretched out his remaining left arm and shot out a blazing blue lightning from his palm towards Elkeet. Elkeet waved her arm and extinguished the lightning. Then, she grabbed with one hand and an upside-down broken steel pipe on the ground in front of her flew into her hand. It was stretched and straightened by an inexplicable force and finally turned into a thick javelin with a sharp tip that was thrown towards Roa. Puff! The thick javelin pierced into Roa's chest. Elkeet's current appearance is rather frightening. Seito, who was standing on the other side of the broken building, looked at the battle unfolding opposite him and whispered to himself. However, he had no plans to intervene for the time being, so he stayed on the side and watched how things developed. Then, Roa grabbed the javelin in his chest with one hand and let out an unconscious cry of pain while pulling the javelin out of his body. Puff! A stream of blood gushed out from the wound that had no blockage. Clang, clang, clang. Then, Roa waved his hand and threw the javelin to the ground, making a series of sounds. During this process, Elkeet had been coldly watching everything that Roa did. She didn't stop him nor did she attack. No one knew why. Ha ha, what's wrong? You're definitely not at this level. Where did the merciless Lungchikyo go? Where is the destructive power that didn't even leave a trace of the Demon King, fallen true ancestor's destruction? Where is the terror that made all the defectors, death apostles, tremble? True ancestor, Elkeet Brunstad. What was shocking was that Elkeet's action of not attacking was actually met with Roa's hysterical questioning voice filled with resentment. Then, magic light blossomed, and a thick magic lightning bolt shot straight towards Elkeet like a ghost path breaker, a thunder roar cannon. Go to hell! Roa roared. However, Elkeet's figure just flashed and dodged the lightning's path, and appeared beside Roa. His fingers were like steel claws as he grabbed Roa's chest. But at the next moment, a hand grabbed Elkeet's wrist. It was Roa's left hand that was supposed to be missing, but it had grown out from his body at some unknown time. Even the serious injuries on his body had recovered under an inexplicable power. What a pity! Luoxia smiled. Elkeet's expression was ferocious. With greater strength, he grabbed Roa's neck and smashed him against the wall behind him like a sack. Bang! An irregular crack immediately appeared on the wall that Roa hit, and then it shattered, allowing Roa to hit the lower floor of the building where Seito was located. Bang! Wallalala, more shattering sounds echoed in the building. This time, Elkeet didn't wait for Roa's figure to stop. He immediately rushed toward Roa. It's really a pity that you can't kill me now. Roa grinned. After he said that, an amazing scene began to happen. As if time was flowing backward, the debris scattered on the ground began to fly backward and spontaneously flew to the place where they should have been. Then the debris flew back to its original place and connected with the other debris, adhering and eliminating the traces of fragmentation. It didn't take long for the whole building to return to its original appearance when Seito saw it for the first time. However, Elkeet didn't even pay attention to the changes in the surroundings. He still locked onto Roa and kept attacking him to the point of death. But just like before, no matter how much damage he suffered, it didn't take long for Roa to return to his original state, as if all the damage he suffered before was an illusion. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha, it's useless. This castle is fixed by warlocks. If it was before, you could even destroy a whole piece of land, it would be meaningless. But now you can't kill me. Roa said happily. Oh, there's a guest? Then at this moment, Roa said with a surprised expression. He saw in the hall on the first floor. Here, caster and writer appeared in the hall. Over there. Feeling Roa's aura, Here's expression changed and immediately rushed toward Roa. Seeing Here leave, Ryder didn't think about it and followed her. Castor also quickly flashed and was about to chase after them. But at this time, Seito's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Medea, don't chase, try to see if you can break this barrier. Seito said. Okay. Castor agreed and immediately stopped chasing. He observed the magic flow of the whole building with his spiritual eye. At the same time, after 2 or 3 turns, Heer and Ryder also appeared in the field where Roa and Elkit were fighting. Oh! Ha 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 ha, this is really good. Seeing Heer's face, Roa was stunned at first, then he laughed and said with a funny look on his face, I didn't expect it to be that body. Interesting, this kind of situation in the past 800 years. It's the first time in the 17 reincarnations. How did you cross that death? Resurrected in that state. Has the capacity of that body reached that level? It's really interesting. Heer's expression was cold. She stared coldly at Roa, who was looking at her as if she was an experimental animal. Look at you, you're here to kill me. What's wrong? Why don't you do it? Or, you can't do anything with such an empty body? While talking, Roa raised his hand and shot several lightning bolts at Heer. Heer put her hands in front of her and resisted. Boom! Then at this time, Elkit and Ryder quickly attacked Roa. As a pure magician, Roa had nowhere to hide and was hit by the attack without any accident. Puff! Several wounds immediately appeared on Roa's body. But immediately, under the influence of the enchantment, he quickly recovered. Then, Roa waved his hand and shot a large amount of lightning bolts, enough to fill the entire floor, toward Elkit, Ryder, and Heer, who had just escaped from the lightning attack and was rushing toward him. Boom! In the violent explosion, a large cloud of smoke and dust filled the air. However, at this time, the smoke and dust that filled the air paused slightly, and 2 dark figures quickly rushed out of the smoke. It was Heer, who had the immortal attribute, and Ryder, who had a strong magic protection effect. The 2 ignored the pain caused by the lightning and ignored the lightning attack, and rushed straight to Roa. Puff! The next moment blood flew, and Ryder's 2 swords accurately pierced Roa's neck. At the same time, Heer also inserted her palm into Roa's heart. Wah! Roa opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood. But immediately, a strange grin appeared on Roa's face. Then, Roa handed over his hands, one palm pointed forward at Heer's face, the other hand pointed at Ryder's abdomen, and then a powerful lightning bolt shot out from his palm. Boom! In the loud noise, Heer fell to the ground with a scorched face. Ryder, on the other hand, was sent flying by the powerful impact of the lightning. He only managed to stop after crashing into 4 or 5 ornaments. Humph, humph, humph. Even I want to hear the scream of someone who used to be me, but it seems that I went too far. It seems that I won't be able to hear it. Roa sighed as he looked at the lifeless Heer on the ground. However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold light once again slashed in front of him. It was still Heer's attack. He kicked the sharp blade that protruded from the front of his shoe toward Roa. Roa's body instinctively leaned back and dodged. Roa, who dodged the attack, raised his eyebrows and waved his hand again to create a lightning bolt that struck Heer on the ground. Boom! Her right leg, which she had used to launch an attack, instantly broke from the knee joint and fell to the ground. However, even with such severe injuries, Heer still didn't let out a single scream. What's the matter with you? Shouldn't you have died just now? Because it was too unexpected, Roa almost forgot that he was still fighting and looked at Heer on the ground with an inquisitive gaze. Under his gaze, the place on Heer's face that was damaged by the lightning was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time retrograde. No, that recovery power is not the effect of magic. Now I can hardly feel the flow of magic at all. Roa whispered to himself. But soon a look of realization appeared on his face, and he continued with an evil expression. So it's like this, you are my repeated existence. Thinking about it this way, I can understand why this body has almost no changes compared to that time. So you can be regarded as my daughter. As expected of a great magician who had been through many years, he had discovered the basis of Heer's existence with just a few glances. But as a father, I'm very sad. Roa said again, I was really careless just now. It can be said that it was a great opportunity. But why didn't you use my knowledge? With that said, Roa once again released a lightning bolt at Here. At the same time, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside Roa and waved a big hand at Roa. Chapter 1875. Daughter? I'm such a thing? As if she had just heard terrible news, Here's eyes instantly lost all light. However, a scene that was buried deep in her memory appeared in her mind. It was her, the former Here. She had long hair that went past her neck and wore cute cotton pajamas. However, her expression was full of fear and helplessness as she crouched in a corner of the room. She grabbed her head with both hands as if she was resisting something. So scared, so scared. She didn't dare to move, didn't dare to touch strangers, and was careful when eating and drinking. However, she still couldn't suppress the desire in her heart. She stayed in the room like this for many days, until one day she finally could not bear the ravaging of the strange murmurs in her heart from time to time. She stood up from the corner, staggered to the door that had been closed for several days, and opened it. Here. Are you finally willing to come out? Outside the room, a middle-aged man wearing a shirt, a white apron, and a small white hat said, as if he was relieved. Here didn't say anything. She continued to stagger to the man's side. Here? Are you okay? The man asked worriedly. However, in the next moment, Here suddenly rushed to the man's side. She opened her mouth with a sinister smile and bit the man's neck like a wild beast. Ah! The man instinctively screamed in pain. Then, a stream of blood flowed uncontrollably from Here's mouth. Here, are you crazy? The man struggled and shouted. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly weak Here seemed to have divine strength. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from her suppression. In the end, his arms fell limply to his sides. It's been 100 years. This time your body is quite good. Very charming. After a while, Here raised her head with a satisfied smile on her face. She spoke in a voice that didn't belong to her. This was the first thing she did, and the first thing she said when she walked out of the room that had been closed for 3 weeks. And the one who became her sacrifice was her father, an honest bakery owner. From the second day onwards, Here, who had turned into a vampire, temporarily took over the bakery business with the excuse that her father was far away. She also used her status as a woman to tempt the town's men who came to buy bread. She tricked them into the kitchen one by one to suck their blood and kill them. In just a short month, the entire town became a land of death. Other than Here, no one else was alive. She tried to dissuade her, but her body didn't listen to her orders. She was immersed in the joy of killing. She didn't want to live that kind of happiness. She just wanted to be like usual and help her family. Going to school. Even though I'm not good at waking up early, I've thought about inheriting my father's bakery in the future. It's just that normal, but because of this man. Because of this vampire's desire. At the thought of this, Here's eyes, which had lost their luster, suddenly lit up and flickered with a blazing radiance. Then, he pressed his palms on the ground without hesitation. Crackle! In an instant, under the surge of a large amount of magic, an attack exactly the same as the lightning magic used by Roa rushed out from her hand. She rushed straight to Roa, who was opposite her. Boom! A huge cloud of smoke and dust immediately filled the space of the shopping mall. You don't hesitate to sacrifice your honor to kill me? Roa, who appeared behind Here, chuckled, then stretched out his hand and fired a lightning strike at Here's back. Boom! Here's body fell heavily to the ground, making a painful groan. Ugh, you really won't die. Looking at Here on the ground, Roa said softly. Boom! Then he kicked Here into the air, and the lightning in his hand shot toward Here, who was in the air. You will drown in despair and die. However, just as the lightning was about to fly out of his palm, a slap landed heavily on Roa's cheek. "Pah!" Under the violent blow, Roa's body immediately flew out to the side. Even the lightning in his hand was shot in the wrong direction, brushing Here's arm and lashing to the ceiling behind her. Boom! A large cloud of smoke and dust once again filled the shopping mall. "You're finally not hiding anymore?" Roa, who was holding the wall with his hand and climbing up from the ground, looked at the guy who hit him and said, "Yes, I think it's time to send you back to your roots." Seito looked back at Roa with an indifferent expression and said, "Elkit, heal, stop it, both of you. Leave the rest to me." Then, without waiting for Roa to refute, he said to Elkit and Here next to him, "I'm going to kill him myself." Here struggled to get up from the ground, her expression full of resentment. Unlike Here, who advocated to do it herself, Elkit surprisingly didn't put forward any opinions. He stopped and stood aside in a fighting state, waiting for Seito's action. "You're not fighting at all, you're looking for death. Here, do you want to commit suicide?" Seito, whose eyes had been fixed on Roa, sneered and said sarcastically. The latter's body shook when she heard that, and her expression showed a touch of dullness. "Want to die, he?" "Yes." After a few seconds of silence, Here whispered with a self-deprecating face, "We'll talk about your business later. Now, Ryder." After a pause, Seito continued. After saying that, Ryder's figure flashed, and he appeared not far from Ito Sei and Here. "Take Here to Caster," Seito ordered. Ryder didn't speak and jumped directly to Here, whose fighting power was temporarily reduced. He reached out and helped her up, then jumped down from the floor with Here, and fell to the ground floor. "Well, now we can get to the point." After Ryder and Here left, Seito smiled. Then a big magical power bloomed from Seito's body, like an oil painting, painting its own color and scenery on the space of the surrounding world. "Inherent enchantment." Roa's face sank and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect to meet such a promising magician here. It's really surprising." When he said that, the surrounding space has been completely eroded by the magical power released by Seito, forming a mysterious space that can't be measured up, down, left, right, and space distance, wrapped him and Seito in it. "But like this, you can't kill me," Roa said confidently. "What if your soul is destroyed?" Seito, who gradually released a mysterious aura, said with an evil smile. Roa's face froze, then he sneered and refuted, "Do you think you're a magician?" In response, Seito whispered, "Bakudo 61, 6 light prison." In an instant, 6 flat yellow lights suddenly appeared beside Roa and quietly pierced his waist and abdomen. "This is..." Immediately, Roa, who felt the strange state, said with a big change in his face, "It's a special technique for the soul." Seito stepped forward and walked in front of Roa while chuckling. "It's a pity that releasing it requires a very high Reiki environment and it can't be done outside. So I had to pull you into my world. It can also temporarily block your castle's protection. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Roa's face was fierce, struggling hard. Roa, enter eternal sleep. At this time, Seito, who walked in front of Roa, said softly. After saying that, without waiting for Roa to respond, a huge spiritual power, which shocked and frightened Roa, was instantly released from Seito's body, piercing Roa's mind through his eyes, and finding the core of Roa's soul in a strange way that didn't belong to this world. Roa was pulled into the world of his pure consciousness. In an instant, the scene around Roa and Seito changed, from the original changing enchantment space to a beautiful place where the mountain was covered with flowers, and a bright full moon hung in the sky. "This is..." Roa's eyes widened. With a face full of disbelief, he quickly turned his body and looked around. "The last pure land in your heart," Seito said softly. This was none other than the mausoleum where Roa first met the true ancestor 800 years ago, Elkit Brunstad, and had a deep understanding of the meaning of eternity. It was also the place where his love for Elkit turned into hatred. It was the final pure land and origin of his heart. Correspondingly, Roa's appearance at this time also changed from the original postmodern literary youth to the linen robe of a teacher. With the round-rimmed glasses on his face and his neatly combed elegant hair, Roa looked very harmonious and perfect, just like a noble sun in a fairy tale. Take a good look at it, this will be the last time you see it. Ito-sei raised his palm with one hand, and a fluorescent white light blade composed of a large number of spirit particles appeared in his palm inexplicably, and he said lightly, "Who the hell are you? It's impossible that I haven't heard of a magician who can use this level of magic and spiritual power control." Roa, who also felt that he had really entered a desperate situation this time, said with a heavy face, "Seito, have you heard of it?" Seito asked with a playful face. Seito. Roa frowned. His mind kept thinking about the names of the powerful magicians in the world. But he was helpless. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any information about Seito. It seems that in the past 10 years, a lot of elites have emerged in the world. Roa whispered, "Come on, don't say that I didn't give you a chance, use your strength to fight for your life." Seito smiled and said again. Roa was not used to it and raised his hand to push the small round mirror on his face. Then he stretched out his palm and cast a magic attack on Ito-sei. Seito dodged, avoiding the lightning attack, and then suddenly appeared beside Roa like a cheetah, waving his light sword. Puff! Roa's arm instantly flew out from his body. Luo's face changed, and he jumped back. At the same time, a formation appeared on the ground where he stood before, and a thick lightning spewed out from the ground. Seeing this, Seito, who originally wanted to pursue, had to stop and jump back. Then in the next moment, the sky whistled, and a large number of lightning swords shot towards Seito like rain. Seito narrowed his eyes and fiercely waved his sword forward. In an instant, a crescent-shaped spiritual seed blade light that seemed to have traversed the horizon rapidly shot out, meeting the thunder swords that filled the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosion immediately reverberated in the sky, and a dazzling light bloomed, illuminating the space. Seito didn't care about the light, and directly rushed toward Roa. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Roa. Roa, who had regrown his broken arm, waved his hand and activated a magic attack. Boom! A large amount of smoke appeared in front of Roa again. But before he could relax, Seito's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and the light sword in his hand fell, and with a poof sound, Roa was cut in half from top to bottom. Roa, who was cut in half, stared at Seito, and then the light disappeared. From another place far away from Seito, he recondensed his body. Looking at Roa who reappeared, Seito smiled, and then leaned forward again, dodging Roa's various magic attacks with superb skills, and appeared in front of him. The light sword in his hand danced, and Roa, who had just condensed his body, was cut into several pieces again. Then Roa's figure disappeared, and he recondensed his body in the distance. But for a long time, before he could exchange a few rounds with Seito, as a pure magician, he died in the hands of Seito, who could be said to be at the top of the world in MCMAU. This cycle repeated for a long time, although Roa was still struggling to survive at this time. The consciousness space, which was the manifestation of his soul, began to rapidly melt and shrink at an unknown time. Even now, only the small hill they were standing on was left. As for the rest, they had all turned into good fog and completely disappeared. It must be known that this was a pure consciousness space evolved from Roa's soul and soul power. Everything that appeared here represented the strength of Roa's soul power, so it was obvious that after countless beheading and resurrection, Roa's originally powerful soul power was finally unable to bear the consumption and weakened to the extent that he could only maintain the foothold under his feet. It was believed that it would not take long for his soul power to be exhausted, and as Seito said, he would completely die and return to his roots. Chapter 1876. Puff! The light of the blade flashed, and Roa's body was cut into two. How could I end like this? Roa, who fell into the ring at his feet, murmured in disbelief. I should live on, because you don't have that kind of fate, Seito said softly as he looked down at Roa in front of his feet. Then he raised his hand and stabbed the light blade into Roa's brain. Roa, who knew that he was about to die, let out an unwilling howl. But in the next moment, his body suddenly burst into a pile of meaningless raidos and drifted into the dark space. Then the ring of light was extinguished, and the whole world was left with only darkness. Seito, who stood alone in the dark world, emitting a faint light, and the blazing white light blade in front of his feet. Then Seito exhaled softly, and his figure flashed, disappearing from the dark space. Almost at the very next moment when he disappeared, the Gao Ling light blade that was stuck in the pitch-black space suddenly exploded, forming a high-speed whirlwind of spiritual droplets that rapidly spread outwards at an extremely high speed, destroying everything in its path until it finally disappeared along with the pitch-black space. At the same time outside, with a sudden ripple in the void, the figures of Seito and Roa reappeared. Plop! Seito casually threw Roa's body, who had lost his soul, on the ground in front of Elkeet. Roa's soul has been destroyed by me, and from now on, Roa will no longer exist in this world, Seito said softly. I know. Elkeet looked at the body that could be said to be brain-dead in front of his feet with a complicated expression, and said softly. The reason why Roa became a death apostle with unlimited reincarnation ability was that he tricked Elkeet to suck his blood when he was still a human. Using this to steal a portion of Elkeet's power, he was able to reincarnate into a death apostle and become one of the top existences among the 27 death apostles. Therefore, with Roa's death, Elkeet's stolen power also returned to her in a timely manner, so Elkeet immediately knew about Roa's death. Aren't you going to do anything? Seito glanced at the corpse on the ground. Elkeet didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse beside his feet. No one knew what he was thinking. If you can't do it, I'll hand him over to here, Seito said again after a pause. All right. Elkeet took a light breath and said softly. Seito nodded slightly, stepped to Roa's side, and leaned over to pick him up again. Let's go down, Seito said to Elkeet. Elkeet nodded. She followed Seito to the hall on the first floor. A few minutes later, the two returned to the hall and saw Castor, who was busy, and Ryder and Here, who stayed near Castor. Master Ching. Seeing the two appear, Castor, who was busy, quickly stopped his movements and greeted them. Here's eyes fell on Roa's body in Seito's hand in an instant, and her eyes were full of hatred. Here. You deal with him. Seito threw Roa to the ground in front of Here and said. After a pause, Seito continued, I have erased his soul, and from now on, there will be no more Roa in the world. Similarly, the immortal attribute you got will also disappear. So Here, remember to pay attention to protect yourself when you fight in the future, if you die at that time. But he's really dead. Here, who has been looking at Roa's body, didn't speak, and he didn't know whether she listened to those words or not. Castor, can the technique here be broken? Seeing this, Seito sighed and turned to look at Castor and asked. It's a little troublesome, Castor said. The source of magic supply for this barrier is not from the person who set it up himself, but it relies on the wide field formed by the various technique points arranged in various places in the city. It provides magic by absorbing the vitality of the residents of the city, so even if the soul of the person who set it up dies, the barrier will still move normally without cutting off the magic supply. Is there no other way? Seito frowned. I can try to use engineering to temporarily interfere with the normal operation of the barrier, so that the barrier will lose its ability to reverse time. Then let Ryder destroy it with noble phantasm. Without the core, the entire barrier will naturally be broken. Castor thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, then let's do that." Seito nodded and agreed. Castor, who got the permission, didn't talk nonsense. He immediately used the things on the scene and the information obtained from the previous study to arrange the engineering magic that can interfere with the operation of the barrier. Under the joint action of Castor, who was a great magician, and Ryder, who was proficient in magic, it didn't take long. The interference engineering was successfully arranged. Then, without seeing any light effect, Castor told everyone that it was ready. "Here." Seito turned to look at Here and shouted. The latter's eyes flashed. She immediately leaned over and punched Roa's body that had lost its soul. Boom! The red light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a big fire that wrapped Roa's body and burned it. Then Here stood up and kicked Roa's body that was wrapped in flames. Then she turned around and walked out of the building with Seito, Elkeet, Katsur, and Ryder. When he reached the outside of the building, Ryder took out his noble phantasm, the Reign of Chiang. He summoned the Pegasus and rode on it. Then, he flew into the sky and turned into a white meteor. He flew straight down to the building below. Almost instantaneously, the white meteor made by Ryder hit the main body of the building heavily. Boom! It was as if a real meteor had descended. A huge explosion resounded in the night sky. Then, smoke and fire burst out, and a strong shock wave surged out in all directions. "Huh!" The strong wind blew in front of Seito and the others in the blink of an eye. Castor stretched his arm forward and created a huge magic barrier, blocking all the smoke and debris. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. After 10 seconds, all the changes were over, and the situation of the building was exposed again. At this moment, the originally towering building completely collapsed, shattering into countless pieces and debris that scattered on the ground. Then, after another 5 to 6 seconds, Ryder returned to everyone's side. "Let's go," Seito said lightly. Then everyone turned around and left, returning to the house that Seito asked people to get in Mitsamachi. But this time, because of the previous experience, Ziyuan was not in a hurry to ask for blood from Elkeet. She quietly stayed in her laboratory and continued her experiment. Seeing this, Liz and Baifei didn't want to overstep their boundaries and stood to the side silently. Similarly, Elkeet didn't show any opinion on Xian Yuan, Liz, and Baifei. In this way, everyone rested in the house in harmony. Unfortunately, this kind of thing didn't last long. In the early hours of the morning, with a soft sound, Xian Yuan's figure quietly appeared in the room. Like a night thief, she quickly moved to the door of Elkeet's room, then carefully opened the door and rushed into the room. In an instant, Elkeet, who was only wearing a big shirt and lying on the bed, appeared in Xian Yuan's eyes. Xian Yuan's eyes flashed slightly, then she flicked her finger and shot out an ether optical fiber. But just as the optical fiber was about to hit, Elkeet, who should have been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed the invisible ether optical fiber. He slowly sat up and looked coldly at Ziyuan in the room. Seeing this, Xian Yuan no longer hesitated. She waved her hands again and again, wrapping more ether optical fibers around Elkeet, intending to capture her. Elkeet jumped up from the bed. At the same time, she waved her hand. 5 sharp cold lights shot out from her hand. Pa pa pa, they cut through the tough ether fibers and flew towards Ziyuan without any decrease in power. Xian Yuan jumped to the side and dodged the attack. Bang! The missed attack left 5 cracks on the walls and door that were thicker than a human arm. Under this sound, Seito, Liz, Baifei, Castor, and Ryder immediately woke up and rushed to Elkeet's room. But at this time, a muffled sound was heard. Xian Yuan, who looked very embarrassed, rushed out of the broken door. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Saito and the others who had just rushed over, then she continued to rush forward. Almost at the same moment he ran away. Another 5 cold and sharp rays of light flew out from the room and landed on the wall opposite the corridor, leaving 5 deep cracks. Then a figure flashed, and Elkeet's figure appeared in the corridor. Elkeet. Seeing that Elkeet was about to chase after them, Saito quickly shouted. Elkeet frowned when he heard this, but he still stopped his pursuit. He turned around and looked at Itose with a calm gaze. Okay, it's okay, you guys go back and rest. Saito sighed helplessly, then turned his head and said to Baifei, Liz, Baifei, Castor, and Ryder. Chapter 1877. After the others left, Saito stepped in front of Elkeet, held her hand, and pulled her back to his bedroom. I'll apologize to you on behalf of Ziyuan. Saito closed the door and let Elkeet sit on the bed. He pulled a chair over and sat down in front of Elkeet. He reached out his hands to grab Elkeet's hands and said softly, Although I don't know what exactly happened, I can guess that it should be to get your blood to help with the experiment and find a way to reverse the Death Apostle transformation. This is now Ziyuan's biggest worry, so it may be a little extreme, but I believe that she definitely has no malicious intentions towards you. Saito looked straight into Elkeet's eyes and continued. I don't like her method. Elkeet said angrily like a willful little girl. I know. Saito said repeatedly. Then he asked softly with some hesitation, But, can't you give her a little of your blood? No. Elkeet refused straightforwardly. Are you worried that she will use your blood for other things? Saito asked back. I'm not worried about this kind of thing. Elkeet curled her lips and said, Although we can create existences like Death Apostles by sucking blood, the blood of our ancestors does not have any special power. Even if it is taken by an outsider, it is impossible for the other party to obtain any power through our blood. At most, it can be used as a magic potion, but the premise is that the user can withstand the frenzied mental impact caused by the release of the blood. If that's the case, then why aren't you willing to give some of your blood to Ziyuan for research? Saito asked in surprise. I don't like the way she looks at me. Elkeet replied. The way she looks at you? Saito was puzzled. Well, it's like the way you humans feel when looking at animals in the zoo. Elkeet thought for a moment and described it. Hearing this, Saito finally understood. Probably because she had been an alchemist for too long, Ziyuan looked at many things with a research gaze. Just like some mad scientists in modern society, coupled with the fact that Ziyuan had been in a state of crazy research for the past 2 years, when she looked at Elkeet, the person she wanted to use to find the key to reverse death apostolization, she also subconsciously looked at him as if he was looking at experimental material, which caused Elkeet's disgust. Because of this, she had been unwilling to contribute her blood to Ziyuan's research. However, since he had found the root of the problem, the following matters were much easier to handle. How about this? Saito said after some thought. Then, under Elkeet's curious gaze, he continued, Let's find Len and let him use the power of nightmare to make her have nightmares as punishment. That's a good idea. Let's do it, Elkeet said happily. Saito smiled and stood up from the chair. She turned around and sat on the bed. Elkeet, Saito said softly. Elkeet turned her head and looked at Saito with a puzzled expression. Let's do it again? Saito said with a smile. What? Elkeet asked back. Kiss. Saito put his head in front of Elkeet, looked into her eyes, and said softly. Kiss, kiss? Hearing Saito's words, Elkeet, who suddenly remembered what happened on the top of a building before the crusade against Roa, blushed. She whispered shyly. Seeing this, Saito, who had experienced hundreds of battles, did not hesitate. He immediately stretched his head, opened his mouth, and sucked Elkeet's lip. He stuck out his tongue into Elkeet's jade pool and tangled with her tongue. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Elkeet's waist. He held her tightly in his arms. Ugh! Elkeet, whose mouth was invaded, subconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. Then, Seito's body gently pressed down, pressing Elkeet down on the bed. Then, his free hand moved to the hem of Elkeet's shirt and cleverly picked it up. His hand instantly slid into Elkeet's clothes, then moved up along Elkeet's smooth skin and finally landed on her full chest. In an instant, a wonderful and soft feeling that could not be grasped with one hand passed from the center of his palm. "Don't," Elkeet said in a muffled voice. Itose didn't pay attention to her. His palms continued to rub gently. And under Seito's movements, Elkeet let out another low groan as he breathed through his nose. After a moment, Seito straightened up, and his right index finger gently brushed past Elkeet's clothes. In an instant there was a tearing sound, and Elkeet's shirt was completely torn open, faintly revealing Elkeet's body. Seito reached out and pulled open a piece of the shirt. He lowered his head and sucked on a grape on Elkeet's chest. Then, his other hand slid down the curve of her body and moved to the vital part of her lower body. From the side, he reached the court of the true ancestors, and gently explored it. Don't do this," Elkeet, whose face was completely red, said softly. Then, a seductive voice filled with suppressed moans echoed in the room. Elkeet clearly had great power, but at this moment, she was even weaker than an ordinary girl, and she allowed Seito to do whatever he wanted to her body. After a moment, Seito let go, moved his body up, and kissed Elkeet's lips again. A few minutes later, just when Elkeet thought that she was going to lose her virginity today, Itose suddenly stopped. He raised his body slightly and looked down at her with a smile. Her face was flushed red and she was panting. "Next time, give it to me," Seito whispered in Elkeet's ear again. Elkeet's face was full of shyness as she replied softly. "Okay, go to sleep." Seito pulled out his hand that was exploring the court of the true ancestors. He looked at the water stains on it, flicked his finger, and the water stains on it were dry. Then, he laid down beside Elkeet and hugged her. Elkeet moved her body and changed into a comfortable position. "Why did you suddenly stop?" Elkeet asked in a small voice. "I wanted to eat you just like that, but the place is not right, and the time is not right," Seito replied softly. That was indeed the reason why he suddenly stopped. After all, in this house, in addition to him and Elkeet, there were also Castor, Ryder, Heer, Cheyenne, and Liz Bifei. Although everyone knew that he was a hooligan, it was still inappropriate to do that kind of thing with Elkeet when she just had a conflict with Cheyenne. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. In fact, there was another reason that prevented him from going further. Elkeet's identity as a true ancestor. It's not that he disliked her or anything. After all, although true ancestors were non-human creatures, they were still humanoid creatures. What's more, Elkeet was a special existence among the true ancestors. She was almost exactly the same as a human, so there was no psychological barrier when doing that kind of thing with her. However, Elkeet's relationship with the world and Gaia made Seito feel a little troublesome. As a natural crystal created by Gaia, Seito was very worried that he would attract Gaia's attention when he combined with Elkeet. Although at this time, he had basically completed the main purpose of staying in this world, seeing that there was still a side income, the power of the world, waiting for him to earn, he had no reason to give up, so he had to temporarily suppress the idea of eating Elkeet and stopped in front of the Jade Gate. "Oh," Elkeet responded in a low voice, then buried her head in Seito's chest and closed her eyes to rest. Seito tightened his arms and also fell asleep. The next night was uneventful, and in the blink of an eye, it was the second day. From this day onwards, Seito and others became leisurely again. During the day, he either accompanied Here, Castor, Ryder, Elkeet, or Liz and Byron to wander around the streets and play around, or he took the flying car and high-speed rail to visit Asakami Fujino, Amber, Liuli, and Yen Feng's daughter, Karen Eldacia, Sakura Tasaka, and Rin Tasaka, who he rescued from a monastery 2 years ago. He was living a carefree and comfortable life, and he felt a little tired, although during this period, after Len's nightmare punishment, Seito persuaded Elkeet to give about 10 milliliters of true ancestors' blood to Cheyenne for research. The grudge between the two of them was formed. So in normal times, as long as the two of them met, it was inevitable for them to fight. After that, Castor and Here gradually became enemies because of the struggle for food, so Seito, who was in the middle of them, was very helpless. He even had the intention to give up earning extra money, pack up his things, and leave. After all, with the support of the vast Rubik's Cube world, as long as they were alone in each world, any problem could be solved. In this way, in the midst of the chaos, the summer of 2001 came in a blink of an eye. Have you heard? Someone went missing in the park yesterday. Is it the legendary vampire killing people again? Wow, that's not over yet. There have been murders like this before. The guy who kills every woman he sees around here seems to be the guy who came back after he regained consciousness. Yesterday, the alley was also littered with scattered corpses. Don't know when it started, such rumors began to spread in the streets. Chapter 1878. P.S. Thank you to Z882339 for your precious monthly vote. Recently, there have been a lot of strange rumors circulating in the town. That evening, during dinner, Here, who was eating curry rice with a satisfied expression, casually said, "Vampires killing people, hunting people, and so on." As soon as he said this, Ziyuan, who was eating silently, immediately changed her expression. She put down the bowl and chopsticks with a bang and straightened her body. "What did you say?" Ziyuan looked at Here with a scary expression and asked. "Phew, you scared me." "What are you doing, Ziyuan?" Because of the sudden noise, he choked on his food. He hurriedly grabbed the bowl of soup on the table, raised his head, and drank all the soup. Only then did he put down the empty bowl and take a deep breath. He looked a little displeased as he said, "It's fine." At the same time, other people also looked at Ziyuan. "Sorry." Ziyuan took a deep breath, apologized in a low voice, and then asked again, "You said that there are rumors about vampires killing people in the town. Is it true?" "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can go out and walk around. You will definitely hear rumors about these." Seeing Ziyuan apologize, Here no longer cared and nodded affirmatively. Ziyuan, who got a definite answer, didn't say anything. She directly walked away from the chair and quickly walked to the door. "Ziyuan!" Seito called out. Ziyuan, who heard the call, paused, but immediately moved again. She came to the entrance, put on her shoes, pushed the door open, and walked out. Bang! The door, which lost its external support, closed heavily. "I'll go and take a look." Seeing Ziyuan leave, Liz and Baifei quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks and got up. "Liz, sit down. Ziyuan is not in danger." Seito stopped them. Liz and Baifei thought for a while. It seemed that there was indeed no power in this city that could hurt Ziyuan, so they sat down again and continued to enjoy dinner with everyone. Half an hour later, dinner was over. Jialan went into the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Seito and others sat on the sofa and watched TV. "Elkeet, you should have sensed what's going on outside, right?" Seito suddenly said while watching TV. "What?" Elkeet, who was enjoying the show, asked in confusion. "It's about the rumors outside," Seito said softly. "What's wrong with those rumors?" Demetrius, who wasn't dressed as a magician, asked curiously. In contrast, Liz and Baifei's expressions changed slightly, and a grave expression appeared on their faces. It can't be that, right? Shire, who had also thought of something, said in surprise. Eh? So you guys know about it too? Elkit was a little surprised to see Liz, Baifei, and Here's reaction. Looks like I'm right, Seito said softly when he saw Elkit's expression. What are you going to do? Elkit asked curiously. Seito asked with a smile. Since he has delivered himself to us and is closely related to Ziyuan's situation, and he is also your target, there is no reason for us to let him go, right? Let him disappear completely. A few hours later, Ziyuan, who had left earlier, returned to the house. Seito, who had been sitting on the sofa waiting for her return, looked up at Ziyuan and said softly, "Are you sure?" "Yes," Ziyuan responded in a low voice with a heavy expression. Seeing this, Seito stood up from the sofa and walked slowly to Ziyuan's side. He stretched out his hands and hugged her in his arms. He put his head close to Ziyuan's ear and said softly, "Don't worry, this time we will definitely destroy him, destroy the Knight of Valencia. Let you get rid of his influence." That's right, the rumors circulating outside were the signs that the Knight of Valencia was about to begin. However, because it was impossible to rely on the hidden worries in Shirgui's heart to materialize various phenomena like in the original work, it was impossible to materialize the fear from Seito's side. This time, the Knight of Valencia was still the same as what happened in the Italian suburban town. It achieved the initial convergence of power by taking the inner elements of the human heart in the town. That is, the rumors outside. Ziyuan was silent. She just leaned her head on Seito's shoulder with a tired expression. "Okay, I've already let you take advantage of me a lot. Let me go." After a while, Ziyuan's voice sounded in Seito's ear. "I clearly didn't do anything." Seito smiled bitterly. But he still let Ziyuan go as she said, "What else do you want to do?" Ziyuan, who stood up straight, looked at Seito with a sarcastic expression and said, "You know." Seito chuckled. "Then go find your true ancestor and servant, they will satisfy you," Ziyuan said lightly. After saying that, she walked past Seito and went straight back to her own laboratory room. With a bang, she closed herself in the room. Seito shrugged and returned upstairs. "It turns out that you also have a time when you are rejected." Elkit, who was leaning against the corner of the stairs with her arms crossed, looked at Seito coming upstairs with a smile and said, "Ha ha." Ito-sei gave a hollow laugh, walked to Elkit's side, and put his hand around Elkit's waist. "Go find your servant and here." Elkit snorted softly, her body nimbly dodged, then quickly ran back to the room upstairs, turned around and looked at Seito, who followed up and said. After that, she shrank her body and closed the bedroom door with a bang. Looking at the closed door, Seito shook his head helplessly with a wry smile, turned and walked into the room next to Castor's room. Almost at the next moment when he entered Castor's room, the door of Elket's room was opened again with a soft sound. Elket's figure was revealed from the crack of the door. Her face was a little unhappy, she let out a snort, then she closed the door again with a bang sound. "Master Ching." In Castor's room. Seeing Seito come in, Demetrius whispered with a happy and shy face. Seito smiled and walked to Demetrius's side. "Annoying guy." At the same time, in another room, Elkit, who was lying on the bed, muttered to himself in a low voice. "Okay." It didn't take long for Elkit to calm down. She turned sideways, curled up her body like a baby in its mother's womb. She slightly closed her palm, scratched a wrinkle on the sheet, and whispered Seito's name. "Okay. Okay," just like that, an unknown amount of time passed. Only then did Elkit slowly fall asleep. At this time, it was already early in the morning, even a faint white morning light faintly appeared on the horizon. However, at this moment, with a soft creak, the door that had been closed quietly opened. Ito-sei's figure appeared from behind the door. He walked into the room quietly like a thief sneaking into someone's house at night and gently closed the door behind him. He walked to the bed, slowly climbed on the bed and lay down on his side. He reached out and hugged Elkeet without waking her up. Then Saito closed his eyes and had a good rest. Until a few hours later. Okay. Elkeet, who had just woken up from her sleep, whispered in surprise. Yes. Itsunari, who woke up at the same time as Elkeet, pretended to be sleepy and whispered in response. Then, he tightened his arms and hugged Elkeet tightly in his arms. When did you come in? Elkeet curiously asked. When you were asleep. Saito turned over with Elkeet in his arms. Lying flat on the bed, he said vaguely. Didn't you enter Castor's room? Why are you looking for me? Elkeet pretended to be angry. You and Demetrius can't be missing. Saito replied while pretending to be confused. Humph. Although she was very happy with Saito's performance when he returned at night, Elkeet still snorted with some dissatisfaction. But after that, Elkeet didn't say anything. She laid her head on Saito's chest. She closed her eyes and listened to his heartbeat. Thump. Thump. Saito, who discovered all this through his senses, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and a somewhat sneaky smile appeared on his face. After this brief interlude, Yizichen's expression changed. Saito's group turned all their attention to the upcoming night of Valesia, waiting for the event to happen. Saito and the others didn't have to wait for long. 5 days later, on the night when the moon was the roundest and fullest, a strange force came to Saito and Elkeet. Here they come, Ziyuan, who was standing on the empty street, said softly. There was not a single pedestrian on the street. But at this time, her performance was very bad. One hand was holding her abdomen horizontally, the other hand was supporting her head, her body was bent, her legs were leaning inward, and her whole body was trembling to a degree visible to the naked eye. Her expression was very ugly. If you are afraid, go back quickly. Otherwise, not only can you not help, but you will also drag us down. Standing on the side, Elkeet, who had a grudge with Cheyenne Yuan because of the blood incident, spoke sarcastically as usual. Even so, Cheyenne Yuan struggled. Then, she struggled to stand up straight. At this moment, Saito stretched out his hand and pressed on Cheyenne Yuan's shoulder and said softly, Cheyenne Yuan, don't worry, we will definitely be able to destroy the Night of Valesia. Cheyenne Yuan's body trembled, and she turned her head to look at Saito beside her. At the same time, she didn't know if it was because of his gesture or Saito gave her a sense of security, but Cheyenne Yuan's trembling body suddenly calmed down for some reason. Yes, Cheyenne Yuan, I will protect you. On the side, Liz and Baifei said. Liz. Turning her head to look at Liz and Baifei, who had changed into night attire, Cheyenne Yuan couldn't help but think of the scene of the lake where the other party blocked Tartari and let her escape. Yeah, with me here, a night of Valesia will be no problem. Here also said with an exaggerated smile on his face. Everyone. Cheyenne Yuan whispered with a touched face. I understand. But if I'm affected by the night of Valesia, please don't hesitate to kill me immediately. Then, Cheyenne Yuan took a deep breath and looked seriously at her companions who had been with her for 1 to 2 years. For a moment, everyone fell silent. That won't happen. Saito squeezed Cheyenne Yuan's shoulder hard and said softly. Then, without waiting for Cheyenne Yuan to refute, he withdrew his hand and announced, Let's go. Then, everyone stepped forward and moved to the tallest building in Sanma County that was not yet completed. As the tallest building in the entire county, although it was not completed yet, it was enough to be the core temple of the Night of Valesia. So as long as they got there, they would definitely be able to encounter the Night of Valesia that was appearing. Fortunately, everyone had already arrived near the building before the Night of Valesia began, so it didn't take long for them to successfully reach the location of the building. Then, they walked into the building and took the elevator that had already begun to operate to the top floor. Ding, with a soft sound, the elevator door slowly opened on both sides, and then a large platform filled with a lot of building materials came into view. Seito and the others walked out of the elevator and slowly walked into the platform. But then, everyone's expressions changed, and they stopped and looked ahead. Less than 10 meters in front of them, a pitch-black sphere that seemed to be condensed into a deep universe was suspended in mid-air. Its surface was covered with many rays of light and electricity that looked like starlight. It was like a high-speed spinning shedding, sucking in the surrounding air, creating streams of wind currents that could be seen with the naked eye. The Night of Valesia. Looking at the black ball, Xian Yuan said in a deep voice with a ferocious expression, "It's not even midnight yet, but it's already about to form a Tartari." But before her voice faded away, a strong feeling suddenly emerged from her body. In an instant, Xian Yuan bent her body and knelt on the ground. She hugged her body with both hands, and her face began to transform into the form of a death apostle that she had seen in the past. Obviously, she was under the influence of her superior unit, the Knight of Valesia. Of course, the superior here referred to the person who had bitten her. If it had been another death apostle, even if it was one of the 27 ancestors, Xian Yuan would not have had such a big reaction just by seeing him. This was the main reason why she could maintain her rationality when facing the true ancestor, Elkit, who was stronger than death. "Xian Yuan, pull yourself together," Liz and Baifei said loudly. "I know I will never admit defeat at this level." Xian Yuan, who tried hard to suppress her blood-sucking impulse, said firmly. Then, as she said, she suppressed her blood-sucking impulse and stood up from the ground with sweat all over her forehead. Chapter 1879. Xian Yuan grabbed the black pistol that emerged from the void with one hand, pointed the muzzle at the black ball in front of her, and said loudly, "How long do you want to be silent? Varasia. Since you have obtained the form, that is to say, you have no will. If there is anything missing, just say it." As soon as Xian Yuan's voice fell, the black ball, which had been spinning at a high speed, immediately stopped spinning. Then a voice that seemed to resound in everyone's mind came out from the black ball. "Unromantic." As soon as this remark came out, Xian Yuan, who had just suppressed the blood-sucking impulse, once again showed a painful expression on her face. "You actually appeared on the backstage of the stage before the start of the show. Haven't you grown up a little after that night, Eltram? It seems that even after hundreds of years, the people of Atlas still haven't learned the quality of elegance." The voice from the black ball said again. At the same time, Xian Yuan, who was more affected, also made a painful scream. "Xian Yuan." Liz and Baifei whispered, and together with He, who was dressed in combat armor, they stood in front of Xian Yuan, putting on a posture of attack at any time. Seito and Elkit, who were next to them, didn't do anything, as if they were going to watch coldly. As for the other caster and rider, as well as the artificial doll, Seito didn't let them follow on the grounds that he didn't need so much combat power. "You are also very unromantic. Don't you understand? That girl should have a question that she must ask me face to face, right? Ziyuan Eltramar Taxia." What? Liz and Baifei turned to look at Xian Yuan with some surprise. "That's right. Varasia." Xian Yuan admitted honestly, "I have a question to ask you." "Ask. Although there is no connection now, you are still my descendant. As the god of the clan, it is my obligation to help you cut off your troubles," the black ball said. However, it was not difficult to see from this paragraph. Even though Zephyr's form was more indefinite than 3 years ago, on the consciousness level, as the former head of the Eltram family, Zephyr's consciousness still remained in the Night of Valesia and acted as the main consciousness. 3 years ago, Varasia. 3 years ago, when you were a haunt, you annihilated all of us. That's not a problem. That's the responsibility of me, who can't explain Tatari to the church, and those who can't understand Tatari. Ziyuan, who was half kneeling on the ground, said with difficulty. But when they got here, Ziyuan's voice suddenly rose. He questioned loudly, but, yet you went against common sense there. Why? Why did you? Seriously, even at this time, you're still bringing up that kind of thing and using it as the source of your revenge. I remember I answered you 3 years ago. I told you it was because we were in the same boat, said Zephyr. This doesn't make sense. For you who only existed for one night, being a death apostle is unnecessary. However, just because I'm your descendant, you, who had long separated yourself from Eltram, actually took pity on me because of this. Ziyuan said loudly. You're saying that because you're Eltram's blood ancestor, that's why I? Zephyr said with a sneer. Then, he laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha. That's really satisfying. Is it because you can't accept the fact that I, who discredited Eltram, spared you as a blood ancestor? After a moment, Zephyr's laughter stopped, and his voice was full of ridicule. What? Ziyuan's face showed a look of astonishment. Because of this misunderstanding and humiliation, you were unable to restrain your anger, so you chased me to this place? Zephyr, who did not care what Ziyuan thought, continued. You said misunderstanding? Ziyuan said in disbelief. Think about it again, Ziyuan Eltram. Just because of this reason, I will treat you as my own kind? Are you pretending not to notice and averting your gaze? Or do you think that time can solve everything? You didn't notice anything and just appeared in front of me like this? Seeing that Ziyuan was still unable to accept the fact, Zephyr issued a series of questions. Speaking of the land, why did you leave Atlas House? It can't be to ask such a boring question, right? Don't you know? The truth of your misunderstanding? My misunderstanding? Ziyuan murmured with a blank expression. In the end, all the knowledge, thoughts, ideas, and laws you obtained, none of them were produced by Ziyuan Eltram. They were just borrowed from other people's songs. Because this is reasonable, Atlas Academy also has a positive attitude towards this. But you are too good at seizing knowledge from others. Invading other intelligence centers is the same as infiltrating other people's selves. Originally, it is very difficult to invade other people's own world with developed knowledge and knowledge, because the mature self will exclude knowledge and ideas that are different from oneself. Ziyuan, who vaguely realized something from Zephyr's words, fell into deep thought. You only specialized this characteristic in order to inherit the name of Eltram, so, for you, the act of extracting information from other people's minds is common sense, and you can extract information from others without resistance. Yes, that's why I often remain neutral and don't hold my own will. I only keep the common sense obtained from gathering information. However, there is still a feeling of disharmony. No matter how I calculate, I still can't understand why. That's why I agreed not to return to Atlas Academy after being rescued by Seito. I believe that as long as I get new information, I should be able to determine what I have doubts about. It's impossible for you to notice, girl. If you notice this contradiction, Ziyuan Eltram will collapse. The black ball said, as if it knew what Ziyuan was thinking. Since you are born as a human, you often have this question. Self-abuse, betrayal, kindness, universal love. Humans are just monkeys with these functions. That's why I gave you my blood to turn you into a vampire. In order to prevent your performance as my kind from declining. Same kind. Ziyuan muttered repeatedly as if she was about to collapse. Aren't you going to stop him? At this time, Elkeet whispered in Seito's ear. No. Although the impact this time is difficult for her to accept, as long as she survives it, it may be an opportunity for her to transform. After all, although I can usually prevent her from using the Ethernet fiber to collect information, I still can't let her notice her abnormality. If this goes on for a long time, her final outcome will definitely not be good. Seito said lightly. Aren't you afraid that she will be broken? Elkit asked. No. If it really comes to that, I will help her find herself again and establish a real world of her own. Seito replied with a smile. At this time, Zephyr's voice once again sounded in the ears of Ziyuan, Seito, and the others who had entered the collapse process. I also want to ask you a question. You have the body of a vampire, but you reject it. Why? For the pursuit of truth, is it necessary to have a human body? Girl of Eltram, you have always been reasonably obtaining information from others. If you have a better body, isn't it reasonable and natural to transfer to that body? Why are you so obsessed with human beings? As soon as this series of questions came out, Ziyuan's expression changed again. The reason why I refuse to become a vampire. The reason why I insist on not drinking blood. I hate having to take something from others. Ziyuan muttered to herself. Isn't this contradictory, Eltram? You don't hate to take information from others, but you hate to take blood from others. How stupid! Zephyr's words pierced straight into Ziyuan's heart like a sword. Ziyuan's expression froze, and she lowered her head stupidly. Ziyuan! Liz and Baifei shouted with worried faces. Shut up, you guy, Heer said coldly. Yes, you are contradicting yourself, Eltram. Zephyr, who ignored Heer's words, continued. You can take information from others without hesitation, but you refuse to take blood from others. This kind of contradiction. It's really stupid, Eltram. You, who hate vampires, have probably continued to live in the same way as vampires from the moment you were born. Shut up. Ziyuan's body fell to the ground weakly, and she said with difficulty. Have you finally realized your mistake? Ziyuan Eltram. You can't even realize such a simple feeling, but this is something you should be proud of. Zephyr said loudly, completely inconsiderate of Ziyuan's feelings. You can't even realize your own guilt and can only understand the thoughts of others. Ziyuan Eltram, although you exist, you are just a transparent body that continues to collect the knowledge of others. There's no need to continue, right? I was born because of the information of others, and you can't exist without extracting information from others. I am the same as you because of this. Zephyr added fuel to the fire. We are life forms that can't survive without information. Is there anything in this world that can be called the same as us? Ziyuan, who was lying on the ground, shrank her body into a ball and let out a painful howl. Obviously, she, Ziyuan Eltram, had broken down. Chapter 1880. Xian Yuan. Liz and Baifei shouted with worried faces. However, in the next moment, Xian Yuan, who let out a long and loud cry, suddenly straightened her upper body, revealing her changed face. Her mouth, nose, and facial features were all opened, making her look ferocious and terrifying. The sharp teeth in her mouth protruded out like a beast's teeth, and a large amount of pale white saliva dripped down from the corners of her mouth, showing her terrifying appetite that had skyrocketed. At the same time, her 10 fingers became sharper and longer, and thin and long bloodstains began to appear on her exposed arms and skin. Finally, under the collapse of her personality, Xian Yuan was once again controlled by the urge to suck blood, and her body transformed into a death apostle. Then, Xian Yuan stood up abruptly, raised her head like a beast, and let out a long cry at the full moon in the sky. Xian Yuan. Seeing Xian Yuan like this, Liz and Baifei's expressions changed, and they subconsciously turned around and blocked the official codex in front of them, and shouted loudly. That's right, the morality that binds you was originally learned from others. If you cut off your thinking, you can definitely become a better vampire than me. Zephyr praised. Come on, don't suppress that urge anymore. The thirst that has lasted for 3 years can be cured with the human you found yourself. As soon as Zephyr's voice fell, an evil smile immediately appeared on Cheyenne Yuan's face, then she stretched out her hands and shot out her ether optical fiber. Cheyenne Yuan! Liz and Baifei called out, and at the same time, they raised the official codex in their hands and blocked the ether optical fiber shot by Cheyenne Yuan. On the side, Here, who was also attacked by the ether optical fiber, scurried away. He escaped from the attack range of the optical fiber. However, in the next moment, a series of muffled puff-puff sounds rang out in the hall. When these sounds stopped, when he looked around, he found that in that short moment, Cheyenne Yuan had already controlled the ether optical fiber to surround the platform. Like the anti-theft infrared in the movies, the ether optical fiber was crisscrossed between the pillars of the entire platform. Is this a project? Looking at the ether net that was set up around him, Here could not help but guess in a low voice. At this moment, Ziyuan, who had stretched out her palm, whispered softly, "Replicant conducer," and a large number of ether fibers quickly gathered in front of Ziyuan like dust being blown by the wind. Then, a new Elkit appeared in front of Here, Liz, and Byfield, as well as Elkit and Itosii who were watching from the side. Just like the literal meaning of the incantation, this was a special alchemy magic that was activated by using the information she obtained from others, in conjunction with the rapid construction of the surrounding projects, character replication. Then, the replicated Alquite's eyes widened as he charged towards Here, Liz, and Byfield like a mindless killing machine. So fast! Shocked, Liz and Baifei tried to escape. He blocked the attack of the replica Elkit. Bang! At the same time, Shire, who was using Liz and Baifei as cover, quickly rushed to Ziyuan's side. Suddenly, Ziyuan murmured mechanically. "Malice," Ziyuan murmured. Then, before Shire could attack, Ziyuan took the lead and waved her palm, whose fingertips had become abnormally sharp. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, several streaks of cold light slashed towards Here. Even though Shire had tried his best to resist, Ziyuan was still attacked by Ziyuan's attack. However, under the sudden attack of Ziyuan, his body was still uncontrollably hit by the cold light. 3 long and narrow wounds appeared on his arms and shoulders, and under the impact of the sharp light, he was pushed back a short distance. Puff! Blood splashed on Ziyuan's face as expected. Ziyuan, who had always been resistant to sucking blood, stretched out her tongue with a happy expression, as if she was tasting a delicacy in the world. She rolled the blood on her face into her mouth and swallowed it. Then, the evil look on Ziyuan's face became even more intense. She rushed to Shire at a faster speed than before and raised her foot to kick Shire's body. Bang! Under the powerful impact, Here's body was involuntarily sent flying backward. Then, Ziyuan stretched out one hand, passed through Shire's arm, and pressed it on her shoulder. With a bang, she pushed Shire heavily against the pillar behind her, opened her mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit down on Shire's neck. "Ziyuan, are you really going to admit defeat like this?" Shire said with difficulty. However, unexpectedly, Ziyuan, who was supposed to have lost consciousness, suddenly stopped biting. Then, after 2 or 3 seconds, intermittent words sounded in Shire's ears. "Kill me." Shire's face froze when she heard these words, and she suddenly punched Ziyuan's chest. Bang! Ziyuan's body immediately flew out in front of Cr, and at the same time, a layer of frost appeared on her body as she flew backward. Obviously, this frost was the magic attack attached to Shire's punch. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared behind Ziyuan, who was flying backward, and stretched out both hands to grab her. The black figure was none other than Seito, who had not made any moves until now. "Ziyuan, are you so afraid to face your own weakness?" Seito, who grabbed Ziyuan, said softly. "Weakness? Yes, weakness to myself. I don't want to realize that I am the same as Valesia, because even if I realize this, I can't correct it. I was raised like this until now. Until now, I can't change my way of life, and I don't want to change it, so I ran away. From Atlas, from Valesia, and from myself, this is my own weakness. The path that Valesia used to seduce me is easier for me to grasp, so I ran there. Maybe it's scary, but it doesn't matter. I will stay by your side and supervise you. As long as you compromise with your weakness, I will use my method to correct it until you completely give up, Ito said softly. Cough, ah. At this time, Ziyuan suddenly coughed softly, and the ferocious blood-sucking impulse appeared on her face again. Ziyuan. Ito stretched out one hand, grabbed Ziyuan's not-so-plump chest, and squeezed it fiercely as he called out softly. Almost instantly, pain and an unknown feeling that she could not understand forced Ziyuan's consciousness back, and she resisted the influence of the blood-sucking impulse. Ziyuan, I believe in you, you can do it. Otherwise, you will be taken advantage of by me every day. You know I am very thick-skinned, and I will not let go of any opportunity to make a move on you, Ito said with a smile on his face. At the same time, his other hand moved down and came to the side of Ziyuan's pleated skirt. He put his palm on her thigh and gently moved it up. Bastard, Ziyuan cursed in a low voice with a red face, not knowing whether it was because of anger or shyness. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. This girl is indeed very weak, so she will give in front of me. But weakness to me, that is to say weakness in front of the blood-sucking impulse. Do you think that kind of behavior can stop her? Zephyr said. Ito ignored him and continued to move his hand inside Ziyuan's skirt. I understand. Ziyuan reached out and held Ito's hand that was moving inside her skirt, and said in a low voice. Then, the feeling that Ziyuan gave off completely changed. What? Zephyr exclaimed in disbelief. I won't give you that chance. Ziyuan, who had completely suppressed the blood-sucking impulse, moved out of Ito's arms and said softly. As long as you regain your rationality, it's fine. Ito chuckled. Correction, although I was dominated by the blood-sucking impulse, it doesn't mean that I lost my rationality. Ziyuan corrected herself. Ito shrugged indifferently and turned his head to look at Elkit, who was not far away. The latter was also looking at him angrily. Ito laughed dryly and said sincerely, Let's do business first. Humph. Elkit snorted coldly and retracted his gaze. Then, in the next moment, a huge amount of magic suddenly emerged from Elkit's body, and like a hurricane, it spread over the entire building. Then, the clouds in the sky dissipated, and a vermilion moon that was bigger than the previous full moon appeared in the sky. Fantasy manifestation, vermilion moon descends. How? Zephyr's incredulous voice came from the black ball. See test. But soon, his voice changed, and it was full of difficulty like a dying person. Then a long scream came from the ball. Then, the ball began to rotate at high speed, showing a crazy state before it was about to be destroyed. What? Verasia? It collapsed? Looking at such a ball, Ziyuan's face was full of shock. And this situation didn't last long. In less than 10 seconds, with a bang, the whole black ball exploded, and a man's figure appeared. It was a slender man, wearing clothes and cloaks that were like those worn by European nobles in the Middle Ages. He had short blonde hair, and with his temperament and handsome face, he looked like a noble young master. This person was none other than Zephyr Eltram Oberlin, the current mastermind of the Knight of Verasia. My body materialized? And this body is... Zephyr's voice was full of disbelief. Zephyr Eltram Oberlin. At the same time, Ziyuan also shouted the man's name. Chapter 1881. Impossible. Valesia has returned to his original form. Zephyr said with an ugly expression on his face. Then, he continued to speak emotionally, "It's impossible for such a bizarre thing to happen. Even if you're a royal among the true ancestors, it's impossible for you to beat me back to my original form." "What a joke. Wake up from your dream, Death Apostle," Elkit said calmly. Her current expression was completely different from before. Her expression was filled with arrogance and calmness, as if she had already seen through everything and couldn't care less. "It's your freedom to think that you'll be able to comprehend the sixth law with unlimited time. It has nothing to do with me to gamble on that tiny possibility. But even if you spend millions of light years, it's impossible for you to comprehend the sixth law with your talent. Let me tell you the ending of this miracle. Your current state is your true ending," Elkit finally announced loudly. "What did you do?" Zephyr asked loudly with a twisted expression. "Don't you understand, idiot? Look up, the Zhuyu is hanging above your head." Elkit raised one hand and said loudly as if she was reprimanding her subordinate. "Isn't this?" Zephyr's expression changed as he followed Elkit's gaze and looked at the crimson moon in the sky. His face was filled with disbelief as he muttered, "Do you remember now? In order to make yourself a phenomenon, you absorbed the power from the Zhuyu. This power can only be maintained until the Zhuyu appears again, right?" Elkit said coldly. "But the Zhuyu should still be in the future. My driving mode should only end after 1,000 years. Until then, I should still be in the form of Tartari." Zephyr argued. "If the driving mode ends, then you'll return to your original form." "You'll return to your original form, won't you?" Elkit asked. Instantly, Zephyr fell silent. "A driving mode that lasts for 1,000 years. If you can't get the correct answer, the Knight of Valesia will turn back into the Death Apostle Zephyr. Isn't this the contract between you and Elkit?" Elkit ignored Zephyr's thoughts and continued to speak coldly. "Elterlusai, a hybrid of a true race and a Death Apostle, the vampire princess of the Death Apostle faction, the Black Princess, the ruler of blood and contract, Elkit's older sister, and also the enemy of Elkit who belonged to the true ancestor faction. He was one of the 27 Death Apostles, the rightful master of Zephyr of the Knight of Varasia. It was also because of her power that Zephyr became a Death Apostle, and thus the Knight of Varasia." "Wait, could this be?" Zephyr said with difficulty as he seemed to have understood something. "That's right. This is the end of your boring journey. Happy?" A mocking smile appeared on Elkit's face as he said, "This is a scene that would take 1,000 years to see. Impossible. Even time travel belonged to the domain of magic. How could you transfer the moon from 1,000 years later?" Zephyr's voice was filled with disbelief. "This is my world. Just like you, a world with only one night. Thus, there's nothing I can't do here," Elkit said calmly. "Using Varasia's words, you and I are false dominators that are only limited to one night. If there's a better materialization of fantasy, then the clumsy fantasy will inevitably become a delusion. Then, my wish." Zephyr, who seemed to have accepted the truth, opened his mouth and asked, "It can't be realized. The end that you drive is the end of humanity. Ruling over the uninhabited wilderness, that's not a problem. But living a life with a predetermined outcome is also a kind of pain. For you who is helpless, I have no interest in using the power of nothing. Moreover, your script is very unpleasant, so let's end it here, Varasia." Elkit replied, "Ha! Ha 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 ha!" After a pause, Zephyr suddenly let out a crazy laugh. Then, Zephyr's body stopped, and his face was filled with hatred as he shouted, "The outcome? Is this the result of an infinite amount of time? That's right, even if you've experienced millions of years of reincarnation, it's just an impossible daydream. As Tartari, wandering aimlessly is probably meaningless. In the end, you're just a legend in people's mouth. For things like legends, It's not a problem for one or two of them to disappear, right? Elkit didn't care about Zephyr's emotions as he said coldly and sternly. Tonight is the end of the night of Verasia. Not only was his dream shattered, but even his survival was in danger. Zephyr's face showed a ruthless expression. As soon as Elkit's voice fell, Zun, Liz, Baifei, and Here, who suddenly thought of something, immediately got into their battle stances. Ha! Ha 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 ha, is that so, is that so? It can't be realized? You're saying that even Tartari, which lasts for thousands of years, can't be realized? Zhu Yu! Zephyr was like a mental patient whose ego had collapsed as he hysterically questioned. Zhu Yu, the first true ancestor, the third death apostle, the original form of Elkit and Elterlusai, a creature summoned by Gaia from the moon. However, it had been destroyed by the Gemstone Master's magic more than 1,000 years ago. However, it didn't completely disappear and still existed in the world, in the form of ether and information. As long as Elkit was willing to forget his name or Elterlusai's condition was stable, he could welcome his return in the form of a shell. Obviously, because of the Zhu Yu that appeared 1,000 years later, Elkit was also affected by the Zhu Yu that appeared on the Steel Land about 1,000 years later and became a fake Zhu Yu. But I won't be destroyed. I'm indestructible. Even if I reach the end tonight, I won't be destroyed. Then, Zephyr's face was filled with madness as he howled loudly. At the same time, an exaggerated tide of magic spread out like a hurricane with Zephyr as the center. Ugh, Zun, Here, Liz, and Baifei, who were suppressed by the astonishing magic, let out a low groan. As long as I kill you, the illusion will disappear. Since even Tartari couldn't make it happen. Then this midsummer night's dream will end here. I'll devour you and obtain your power first, and then I'll slowly think about the rest. Zephyr roared madly. Then, a large amount of black fog was like iron sand attracted by a magnet. It flew and wrapped around Zephyr's body. Can't make it happen as a human? Can't make it happen even by abandoning the human body? However, if it's the domain of all bodies, the splendor of the soul rots and withers, the honey of the vessel praises the rotting and maturing. Without exception, it's all given. Whoosh. It's a sign of worthlessness. Brute brain's modification, all life's approval, this has been 1,000 years. Eat when you're used, kill when you're alive. Praise this for 1,000 years. Beautiful? The poison has finally entered your limbs, evolving you into beasts. Deceiving yourself. Evolve. Wrapped in the black fog that was manifested from malicious intelligence, Zephyr chanted a strange sentence that had an unknown meaning but sounded a little like an incantation when an inherent barrier was about to unfold. Then, Zephyr turned into a humanoid creature formed from malicious intelligence. Obviously, just like his last words, he was using some kind of power to force himself toward the so-called sixth law. The so-called perfect life form was evolving. It wasn't about to unfold some kind of peculiar inherent barrier. A strong sense of oppression once again pressed down on everyone, even making Zun, who had just had the heart to challenge, feel powerless again. Cut, 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 cut. Cut, 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 cut. Again. At this time, Zephyr shouted again. Looking at the situation, it was as if there was a mistake in the previous evolution and he had to start over. Then, the black fog dispersed. Zephyr's original appearance was revealed again. Of course, some changes that couldn't be seen with the naked eye still appeared on his body. I will use the blood of the Crimson Moon to reach the sixth law. Zephyr swore loudly. Elkit's expression didn't change, his scarlet eyes coldly looking at Zephyr below. The next moment, Zephyr, who had already merged with the malicious intelligence, rushed forward, his whole body spinning. He turned into a spinning black wheel and charged toward Elkit. But at this time, Saito, who had been motionless, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Elkit. He stretched out his hands and formed a magic barrier with his 10 fingers, blocking in front of him. Bang! Almost as soon as the barrier was set up, the black wheel heavily hit the barrier, making a violent muffled sound. Here, Ziyuan, Liz, I'll leave him to you. After that, Itose pushed Zephyr's black wheel to the side and said loudly to Here and the other two. Yes. Liz, Baifei, and Here replied in unison. Then the three didn't hesitate and immediately attacked Zephyr, who had reappeared. Are you happy? I will personally protect you. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Elkit behind him with a smile. Huh! Elkit was stunned at first, and the feeling she gave off immediately changed from the cold and arrogant queen to the usual adorable princess. Then, she said in a strange tone, Isn't this your duty? Because of the influence of the exaggerated fantasy of the moon after 1,000 years, even with the support of the world's intelligence, Elkit's strength was already at its limit. So now, other than being able to maintain a standing posture and speak normally, she had no ability to fight at all. Sei-to was stunned. You promised me that you would protect me. Do you still want to break the promise? Elkit said with a smile. Of course not. Sei-to quickly denied. Then, he didn't continue to argue with Elkit. He turned his head and looked at Here, Ziyuan, Liz, and Baifei, who were already fighting with Zephyr. The division of labor between the three of them was very clear. Here was the main attacker, while Liz and Baifei were slightly inclined to defend. They supported Here and Ziyuan, who was using the Ethernet to set up multiple barriers around the vampire, so that the two of them would not be hurt under Zephyr's malicious intelligence attack. In this way, under the siege of the three of them, Zephyr gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, at this moment, Zephyr, who was surrounded by malicious intelligence, suddenly retreated and raised his hand to point forward. The next moment, a new Ziyuan appeared in front of Zephyr. This ability was none other than the replica commander that Ziyuan had used before. As the former outstanding patriarch of the Eltram family, she was very proficient in some of the Eltram family's technologies. With Ziyuan, the Ethernet user, not only could she obtain some of Ziyuan's information by controlling the Ethernet in reverse, but she could also use other methods to accurately use the skills that belonged to Eltram. Not like now. Then, with the advantage of the sevenfold division of thinking, the black Ziyuan, who could deduce the future, found the real Ziyuan and intercepted her. In an instant, the original 3-on-1 advantage was changed to 3-on-2. Then, Zephyr moved and found Here. Whoosh! At the same time, a black shadow wheel shot towards Here. Here's expression was calm. He leaped to the side and dodged Zephyr's attack by a hair's breadth. Then, he pressed down with one hand on the ground, and a bright white circular magic formation lit up on the ground. In an instant, a large number of lightning bolts shot straight toward Zephyr. The malicious intelligence around Zephyr spun and blocked the lightning bolts like a black wind. However, before he could laugh complacently, a clear and loud shout rang in his ears. Destroy them! Vampires! Return to ashes! Then, a light flashed through the air and instantly appeared beside him. Puff! The light disappeared, and Liz and Baifei, who were dressed in night attire, appeared. Zephyr, who spat out a lot of blood, said in disbelief, Whoa, 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 whoa. It's just a holy grimoire equipment, and it can actually injure me? At this time, the crazy Zephyr still couldn't accept the fact that he was no longer a phenomenon. Or rather, it was because he couldn't accept it that he became like this. This is impossible! Zephyr shouted. Destroy disaster! There's no place for you in this world. Due to the influence of Zephyr's injury, the clone Ziyuan also suddenly became unstable, so it was quickly destroyed by Ziyuan, who was good at seizing opportunities. Ziyuan then summoned a pistol from the void, pointed at the injured Zephyr, and said loudly. In the next moment, Ziyuan's finger moved and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet instantly shot into Zephyr's body with a white light. Then, the white light exploded and opened up a big hole in Zephyr's body. Zephyr covered his abdomen with one hand, and his expression suddenly calmed down strangely. His body shook as he said, Is that so? It's useless. Chapter 1882. Everything is. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr's body was like a leaking bag. Large amounts of blood gushed out from his face, nose, mouth, and all parts of his body, splattering on the ground. So all of this is useless? There is indeed a flaw. There is indeed a flaw. There is indeed a lack of battle. There is indeed a lack of stability. While spitting out blood, Zephyr said words that normal people could not understand. Already brainless. Already weird brain. Already low brain. Already dead brain. Here, Liz, Baifei, Elkit, and Seito all looked at Zephyr's changes with a blank expression. As for Cheyenne, probably because of Zephyr's identity before becoming a death apostle, the expression on her face was somewhat sad. What exactly am I pursuing? What do I want? Zephyr asked himself. This drop of blood, this stain of blood, this blood of life flowing to the ground. Then Zephyr's body suddenly exploded, forming a large amount of blood splattering on the ground around him. Let's go, okay here, the smell of blood is too strong. At this time, Elkit suddenly reached out and held Seito's shoulder. He covered his nose with one hand and turned his head away, his face slightly pale as he said softly, Okay. Seito looked up at Cheyenne, who silently walked to Zephyr and nodded in agreement. Then he turned around and led Elkit to the elevator. But at this time, Cheyenne's voice sounded again. But, Valesia, why did you become a vampire? Cheyenne asked softly. Hearing Cheyenne's voice, Seito slightly paused and turned his head to look at her. That's because I saw the answer. Cheyenne. Zephyr, whose body had completely turned into a blood shadow and only his head was barely keeping himself from disappearing, said with a sigh. She probably didn't expect Zephyr to answer her question. Or maybe she didn't expect Zephyr to call out her name. Cheyenne's face showed a hint of surprise. Because I saw the answer, Cheyenne. I saw it. You should also get that result sooner or later, right? That thing that cannot be changed, that thing called destruction. Zephyr continued. In the past, in order to obtain a stable world, the ancestors of Atlas tried to read the future so that they could manage the world. However, the future that appeared was perish. Think. Various methods were simulated. They also used all kinds of methods to formulate countermeasures. It was just that the harder he worked, the more helpless we are, the crueler the future will be, and the more horrifying the ending will be, making us disheartened. The alchemists who have witnessed the destruction of the future are even crazier to challenge the future. Finally, then he would really go crazy. Thus, I was finally convinced that unless I became a vampire and strengthened my abilities, there was no other way except to reach the sixth law, miracle. Atlas is a treasure trove of madness. Since you're also named Atlas, sooner or later you'll fall into that abyss. That abyss that will push the Atlas people who are crazily calculating new ways to perish into hell. Valesia you. In Zephyr's statement, Ziyuan, who was gradually brought into that kind of madness and understood that it was the inevitable sorrow of the alchemists of Atlas, suddenly understood the ancestor who was regarded as a disgrace by her family. She couldn't help but whisper. However, before she could finish her words, Zephia interrupted her. It's already impossible to save him. Entertainment no longer existed. However, as he spoke, he fell into madness once again. Seeing Zephyr like this, with a flick of his hand, Ito Siyu took out the Torawiska Bontic Utori spear made of obsidian. With a light twist, A white ray of light shot out, disintegrating the last of Zephyr's existence. That's right. I am. That's right. I am. I just want a future without any calculations. Zephyr, who had regained consciousness, finally said. After saying that, the blood that maintained his existence scattered. He fell to the ground. Pah, how stupid. Since there is a birth, there is an end. Our final destination is destruction, Elkett said in a low voice with a dull expression. He didn't know what she thought of because of Zephyr's words. Destruction. Seito sighed in a low voice. Let's go, I have something to tell you when we go back. Then, Seito said to Elkett, Here, Ziyuan, Liz, and Baifei. Elkett and others glanced at him, nodded, and left the building with Seito. At this point, the Knight of Valesia formed with Zephyr as the core was officially eliminated. As for the next Knight of Valesia, Seito didn't intend to stop the new Ziyuan formed by the information of Ziyuan's blood being sucked and the fragments of the Knight of Valesia. Perhaps it was a good ending for her to turn the Earth into a huge crystal for the people of the X-Moon world who were bound to perish. Although this ending was many years ahead of the normal time, more than 10 minutes later, the group returned to their residence in Mitsucho. Come and sit down. Seito, who was sitting on the sofa, said to Elkett, Here, Ziyuan, Liz, Baifei, Castor, and Ryder. Elkett and others looked at each other, walked to the sofa, and sat down around Seito. Ziyuan, if I give you a future that can't be calculated and can't be destroyed, would you be willing to go with me? Seito first glanced slowly at Elkett and others who were sitting, then his eyes fell on Ziyuan and said. Ziyuan's eyes flashed, and she was lost in thought. Liz, Baifei, here, Castor, Ryder, Elkett, are you willing to leave here with me, go to the end of the world, and travel through countless worlds? Then, without waiting for Ziyuan to answer, Seito turned to look at the others and said, Of course, wherever Ching-sama goes, I will go. Almost as soon as the words fell, Castor didn't even think about it. He replied with a gentle face. What about Sakura? Then, Ryder asked what she was worried about. If she agrees, I will naturally take her with me. Seito replied. Ryder nodded and was silent. Obviously, before Sakura's problem was solved, she couldn't make an accurate choice. You don't want to see me homeless, do you? Here looked at Seito pitifully and said. Although she didn't answer directly, her intention to go with him was clearly expressed. I don't know. Liz and Baifei said bitterly. I want to know, what does it mean to travel through countless worlds? Elkett asked curiously. As soon as this remark came out, everyone else's attention fell on Seito. They didn't think that Seito's words were nonsense. That's what it means. I will take you to a different world from here. Seito said softly. It's not a parallel world? Elkett's eyes lit up as he asked. No, it's not. Maybe there are some things there that are very similar to the world here, but in other respects the world rules, energy system, scientific and technological development, history and culture are completely different from here. Seito affirmed. It seems very interesting. Elkett said with interest. Well, I've decided I'll go with you. Then, Elkett thought for a moment with a tangled expression, and then said loudly. A new world? It sounds good. Liz and Baifei's faces also showed an expression of interest. Maybe we can get some information there. Ziyuan secretly thought, and then her expression became firm, and she replied, I'll go with you. Have you decided? Seito asked again. Except for Ryder, the others nodded one after another. Well, tomorrow Medusa, here, Ziyuan, Liz, Baifei, you and Jialan go back to Fuyuki City first. Seito, who got the affirmative answer from everyone, arranged. What about us? Elkett asked. The others were also curious about where the two of them were going. We'll go to Kanboko City, Seito said. As soon as this statement came out, Here and the others, who had been with Sei Ito for more than 2 years, instantly knew what Sei Ito was going to do, and their faces showed a look of understanding. "Well, you've been busy all night, go and rest." Sei Ito, who saw that everyone understood his purpose, smiled. Then he stood up, pulled Elkit, and took her back to the bedroom on the second floor, and lay on the bed to rest. Seeing this, the others didn't stay in the living room for long, and they returned to their own bedrooms with their minds full of thoughts. The next night was uneventful, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the morning, everyone had lunch together prepared by Jalan, and then they divided into 2 groups according to the arrangement they had agreed on last night. One group returned to Fuyuki City with Jalan, and the other group went to Kanbuko City, not far away. More than an hour later, Sei Ito and Elkit arrived in Kanbuko City, and according to their memory, they came to the Asakami house in Kanbuko City. Ching-sama. In the house, Amber, who was wearing a red kimono, and Emerald, who was dressed in black and white, greeted Sei Ito together. "TSK, you brought a woman again, you're really a big pervert. Every time the woman around you is different." Then the next moment, a sharp female voice sounded in Sei Ito and Elkit's ears. Sei Ito smiled helplessly and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Chapter 1883. It was a young woman with a delicate and slender figure. She was young and looked only 14 or 15 years old. She was wearing a black nun's robe with a white shoulder, and her long silver hair with some natural waves was naturally spread over her shoulders. She closed her eyes slightly and sat on the sofa elegantly drinking black tea. This person was none other than Karen Aldacia, the only daughter of Yen Fengili, whom Sei Ito conveniently rescued from a secret church in a certain country in Eastern Europe when he was trying to take back here. Although she didn't receive the cruel teachings of the vicious priest, she didn't know whether it was because of her innate ability or not, but the attribute of her poisonous tongue still appeared on her, and it gave Ito Seiji a headache. "Are you here to cultivate the feelings of the harem again?" Karen said lightly. Hearing this, although Emerald and Amber on the side did not show any expression, a faint sense of oppression gradually filled the room, making Sei Ito's mouth twitch. "Aren't you going to introduce her?" Elkit raised her eyebrows and said. "Come, Elkit, let me introduce you." Sei Ito laughed dryly and pointed to Karen, who was sitting on the sofa drinking black tea. "This is Karen Aldacia." Then he shifted his arm and pointed to the Amber sisters. "This is Amber and Emerald." Amber and Emerald leaned forward and bowed to Elkit. "This is Elkit." After introducing the 3, Sei Ito pointed to Elkit beside him and introduced the 3. "You are not human, right?" Karen frowned slightly and looked at Elkit. Elkit looked at Karen with some surprise. "I forgot to mention that Karen has a stigmata physique. If there are non-humans around, especially when demons appear, her body will become sluggish. Her body will have a stagnant reaction." Ito Sei explained in a timely manner. "There are a lot of strange people around you. Not only are there servants and strange alchemists, but there are also stigmata physiques and knights that should be monopolized by the church," Elkit said in admiration. "And now there's you," Sei Ito joked. "Humph." Elkit snorted and didn't say anything else. "Where's Tenno?" Sei Ito turned his head and asked Hoopa. "Miss Fujino is still at school. Should I inform her to rush back?" Hoopa replied. "Let her come back. I have something to tell you." Sei Ito nodded. "Yes," replied Hoopa. He then turned around and walked to the phone on the side, picking it up. He dialed the number. "You sit here first. If you need anything, just tell Faitsue. I'll make a phone call." Then, Sei Ito said to Elkit, who was next to him. After that, she nodded at Fei Chui and walked into the room. "Don't come near me." Just as Elkit was about to sit down, Karen, who had been maintaining an elegant posture, quickly put down the teacup and stood up from the sofa. He retreated to the side and said anxiously, I'm sorry, I forgot. Recalling Karen's situation, Elkeet apologized in embarrassment. It's nothing. I didn't expect that guy to bring an inhuman back this time. Karen, who was a distance away from Elkeet and no longer felt the physical pain caused by the spirit stagnation phenomenon, curled her lips and said, He really doesn't abstain from meat and vegetables. He can eat anything. Then did he lay his hands on you? Elkeet asked with interest. Although he hasn't yet, I can't rule out that guy having that kind of interest in me. Karen raised her head a little proudly, as if being laid his hands on was to prove that she was pretty. Then what are you going to do? Elkeet asked curiously. If he really laid his hands on me, it proves that he has been affected by evil karma. As a believer of the Lord, I have the obligation and responsibility to help him get rid of evil. Karen answered with a righteous and generous look. Elkeet blinked his eyes. He was a little surprised by Karen's thoughts in front of him. Tell me about you. What are you? While Elkeet was stunned speechless, Roland asked. While Elkeet was speechless, Karen flicked her hair and asked. Me? I'm a vampire. Elkeet didn't try to hide it at all. Death Apostle? Karen frowned. As a talent specially cultivated by the church, although she was abducted by Sei-Ito halfway, she was still very knowledgeable about certain things. For example, the official name of a vampire was Death Apostle. No, I'm the true ancestor. Elkeet smiled. This guy is really brave. Karen, who was stunned by Elkeet's answer, muttered softly. What? Elkeet asked curiously. Nothing. Karen shook her head. Then, the two of them, who had nothing else to talk about, fell silent at the same time. It was also at this time that Sei-Ito, who had finished the phone call, returned to the living room. Elkeet, you stay here. I'm going out for a while. Sei-Ito said. I want to come too. Elkeet quickly said. Okay. Sei-Ito thought about it and finally agreed. Then we'll go out. Sei-Ito said to Hoopa, Faitsue and Karen. Be careful. Hoopa saluted. On the side, Faitsue also saluted. As for Karen, she silently watched the two of them leave the residence. Outside, Sei-Ito, who had left the residence, reached out and pulled down a taxi, got in with Elkeet, and then drove away under the guidance of the taxi. After about 10 minutes, the taxi stopped next to a park. After paying the fare, Sei-Ito and Elkeet got out of the car and walked slowly into the park. After a while, they came to the inside of the park and finally sat down on a chair for people to rest. Hey, okay. Is this considered a date? After sitting for a while, Elkeet, who was a little bored, gently lifted her feet and asked softly. Not really. Sei-Ito smiled. Why, do you want to go on a date with me? Third tone. Elkeet shook her head and said, I just suddenly feel that it's not bad to sit quietly with you like this. At least no one will come and snatch you away from me. At the same time, Elkeet leaned her head on Sei-Ito's shoulder and closed her eyes slightly. Sei-Ito didn't speak. He stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Elkeet's waist, taking her into his arms. For a time, a rare aura of tranquility spread from the two of them, blending into the surrounding space, making the place where the two of them were particularly quiet. However, this situation didn't last long. After 2 or 3 minutes, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, an elegant smell of perfume and a strong smell of cigarettes spread between the two of them. Then, a lazy voice sounded. I hope I didn't disturb you. Sei-Ito raised his head and rolled his eyes at the guy who spoke. The person who came was a woman, about 165 centimeters tall, with a plump and slender figure. She was wearing black slim pants and a white long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves turned up. She had long burgundy hair tied into a simple ponytail with a leather bag behind her head. She wore a pair of rimless myopic glasses on her face, and there was a cigarette smoking in her mouth. The person who came was none other than Ouchie Orange, who was sealed and designated by the Magic Association. Elkeet opened her eyes, glanced at her faintly, and then sat up straight. Phew! Ouchie Orange raised her hand to pinch the cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke, shrouding her face behind the smoke, making it look hazy and unreal. Then, she sat down in the empty seat next to Seito, leaned back on the chair, looked ahead, and said softly, "Why did you call me out?" Seito reached out his hand, took the cigarette from Ouchie Orange's hand, and threw it into his mouth. He took a light puff and said, "Your assistant is married, right?" Ouchie Orange glanced at Seito and didn't say anything. She took out the almost withered cigarette pack from her jacket pocket, put a cigarette in her mouth, and lit it with a lighter. "You pay a lot of attention to me." "Well," Seito smiled gently. "Do you plan to stay here forever?" Seito asked again. "That depends on whether the people in the Magic Association want me to live a stable life." Ouchie Orange replied faintly. "Then, if I can provide you with an absolutely safe place where you can research whatever you want, and where you don't need to hide, and where you can live openly under the sun, in the city, among the crowds, would you be willing to go with me?" Ito-sei paused for a moment, exhaled a long puff of white smoke, and said in a low voice, "Unless the place you are talking about is in another world." Ouchie Orange said sarcastically, "In this world, unless you hide your identity or hide on an uninhabited island, it was basically impossible to hide from the Church or the Magic Association. Therefore, it was normal for Ouchie Orange to treat Seito's words as an exaggeration. After all, in this world, except for Gem Wannabe who had mastered the second method, parallel world interference, which allowed him to travel back and forth between parallel worlds, no one could escape from this world. "Then, are you willing to go to another world with me?" Seito, who finished his cigarette, flicked the cigarette butt into the trash bin not far away and said. Ouchie Orange turned her head and looked at Seito with a deep gaze. Seito didn't back down and looked at Ouchie Orange. "You became a magician?" Ouchie Orange said with a complicated expression. In her opinion, this was the only possibility that could realize what Seito said. After all, only the power of a magician could go against the Magic Association and protect a person who was sealed by them. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.